Okay. Hang on a sec. Discord's not picking up. Motherfucker.
He walked away.
Okay, there we
He's
go.
on
Now we're live. Say hi, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
They didn't get to hear everything else. It's fine.
No.
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Okay.
I've been advised not to steal the intro again.
You've been advised. Take that under
Yes,
advisement.
my lawyer.
What do you mean a hype train is closed? We've been on here for 2 fucking minutes.
Hype train.
Get out of here.
Train.
No, we just started. We haven't even started the session yet.
That's what we're hyped for.
A hype for the session?
Yeah, I'm excited for the pain, aren't you?
Let's go get those gift subs.
No, nobody do that.
Yeah, somebody do that.
No.
Someone
Okay.
else.
I'm bankrupt at the moment, so I can't do anything.
No, Ren, shut up.
Do it, Rin.
Motherfucker.
Oh,
we're here!
God damn it.
Train!
We've been live for 2 goddamn minutes.
1,000 bits. What's that? Just, hell yeah, 1,000 biddies. Go for it. Go crazy.
Christ. Before we start, thank you, Vin. Thank you, Ren. Thank you, Ravager. Thank you, Sammy. Fuck you all.
Later.
Christ. No, now. I'm your DM.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna give you bitches an omen. I'm not actually going to give you an omen, but I was thinking about what the fuck?
Let's go! All-time record shattered.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, Suma!
Suma
why?
Holy shit!
Sumo, what? How? Why?
Nice.
Guys.
All is well. Ren
Oh
knows that I
gosh.
did this to another person.
Suma, I just saw one of the names. I got randomly gifted a sub.
You
Yeah, like
motherfuckers.
I hate to break this to you, but this is normal Suma Twitch behavior.
Yep, it is.
Jeez.
Level
I know it's
6.
only 1:38, but I'm gonna go ahead and just take another shot. What the fuck? Stop!
10 more! 10! Let's go!
No! We haven't even started anything yet.
Well, now I see why Sammy hasn't been able to go meet me for dinner at some point to go hang out.
You're broke now. Fuck.
Yeah, because she's broke.
Stop. Mother. A
Feel
level
that love.
7 fucking hype train. Stop it.
Oh,
Let's
it's going
go.
up! It's
Let's
going
go!
up!
Fuck, guys. God damn it.
Let's go!
We have not even fucking started the session yet.
This is what we're doing to comfort ourselves for what you're going to do shortly.
This is normal Twitch behavior.
This is bribery. What are we talking about?
No, it's not
This is
bribery. It's not bribery. It's not. This is not going to earn us any respite from what will come.
No, this is just. I guess.
Me
stage for this.
You motherfuckers, stop!
5 more! No!
Stop!
Oh, hey, look, there's Echo. It's gonna have a free sub.
Not
my
just
God.
your one, might I add to that one.
We at level 8, BB!
Let's go.
We're
Let's-
almost past level 8, BB!
My fucking god, we're at.
You know what? I'm gonna join in.
No!
Let's go!
No worries, I'm stopping. I need them for another Twitch person. Ren knows who.
Let's go. Fuck yeah.
We haven't even started the fucking session yet.
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
This is what we're doing, like I said, to comfort ourselves.
This is a level 8 fucking hype train.
Yeah, it's great.
Fuck yeah.
We have literally only been live for 21 minutes. Half of that was content warnings and the pre-roll.
Fuck
We're
yeah.
preparing for the death, and now
last-
what you're stuck with is just the fact that now you're having to deal with this.
I swear to fucking God.
What are you gonna
Let's
do?
go.
Heard you.
Let's go.
Try it.
Oh my god.
Kira, do not taunt her.
What the
Do not
fuck?
taunt her.
But what if we're waiting
No!
for the pain?
Oh my god, is it
It's not me this time.
Level 9!
Not me this time.
Oh my god. That's a lot of
What?
bits.
What in the actual fuck?
Can
a
we
lot
get a
of
count at the
fucking
Wonder
bits.
Wall?
God.
We skipped level
Oh
9!
my god, we waited the level
skipped-
10!
We skipped level 9, we have gone straight to fucking 10!
Oh my god.
Ah, perfect.
This set a new record. Fuck all of you.
Let's
Just
go!
don't look
You're
at it.
welcome. We need to show you we love you before you kill us. That's how we show we care.
Thank you. Thank you guys. For the love of fuck. What are we doing? Why are we here? I'm taking a shot.
Yeah, you were gonna take a shot, and then what? We need to do a what? Recap from
We
last
need
session?
to do several recaps because we've had things that happened between sessions as well. Hold on.
Mhm.
Take our love that is the white hot intensity of 1,000 suns. Rin, you're in the stream. You could talk.
Nah.
Nah.
All right then. I mean, it can, Sammy.
Yes, I mean you had status too. You can get wrecked like this as well. I don't have words for this.
Not many do. I'm so
It
proud of
didn't
you.
work.
Anyway, how are you doing?
You might have to just hit the bits button. I don't know, Raven. I was cheering from the abyss. So
Yeah?
this is the start to the session.
Yeah,
Yeah?
we're celebrating imminent demise.
Cool.
You know, death, misfortune, despair,
Jesus Christ.
Suffering.
suffering.
All
Yeah,
the suffering. I'm really
I'm not-
glad that I don't have sound alerts turned on for the TTRPG side of things. God damn it.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna hit somebody with a stick. No,
Just
you know what? You get one
Hey.
meme omen for every one of these.
Hey,
Just
wait,
give
no.
me another
if you,
flashbang.
If you need Sammy to be hit with a stick, I know where she lives to drive out there and do it.
No, it's fine. I
What are you gonna do
have
with our
something
meme
else
moment?
planned.
Sammy, you know where to meet me. Come to the
I
Indian place. I will.
I don't need somebody else to do it. I'm gonna be GMing the Race to the Clown soon.
Oh god, that's gonna be great! Oh, this is perfect. We can use the meme. The meme moments will be at the clown race.
No, you're not in that, but I can always just, take your
Yes, they
lungs.
are.
Yes, I am. Wraith,
I was talking to Wraith.
didn't you join the
Wraith,
boy band?
Wraith is in.
Oh yeah,
In the
you're in
race
the
too.
boy band.
The boy band is part of the race to the clown, I think.
Yep.
Oh fuck!
Yeah. Oops.
We probably need to sit down and have a band meeting real fast too.
You do.
We need to get the other two members of the boy band, not the sixth member though. We kicked him out.
Yeah, he got kicked out, but we need to get the other two.
Motherfucker. What do you mean, why only level 10? No! Stop it!
We get those awesome level 10 emotes.
I don't have any!
You will when they come in.
Motherfuckers. A Twitch? What the fuck's a Twitch baby?
Sounds disturbing.
Alternatively, you could not, and we'll start the session.
Okay.
Oh. I haven't actually posted how long I've been subbed to you. It's been 14. But anyway.
Oops,
Your
that
kid
was-
has grown so long.
You shared one bit.
I was trying to do something else.
Let's
Fuck
go
off.
with the one bit.
There, fuck you. I was trying to be nice.
What the fuck is this? God damn it!
Let's go. Push it over the edge.
Y'all.
Very awesome.
You've reached new levels of support.
No shit, huh?
All-time new record, 31%.
Of level 10. No shit, huh?
41 subs and 12,001 bits.
That's insane.
Jesus fuck.
I know that you've got your head in your hands, probably too.
We
Yeah.
pay for the alcohol that she needs after.
Nope.
This is
Jesus.
alcohol
Yeah,
money.
you guys are buying my next bottle of rum.
Oh, give me those fucking level 10 emotes.
Oh god, I mean, we kind of need it because we went.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Jesus fucking Christ.
anyways,
Anyway,
Now here's Roy.
I'm gonna make you all listen to the fucking. Yeah, I'm hydrating.
But don't hydrate with alcohol. Hydrate
I'm
with water.
hydrating with water. I have water. I also have booze. I also have snacks. I've been eating the whole time. I'm eating kettle chips.
Guys,
And,
I have those
and I'm
cookies
drinking
again.
water and occasionally Mountain Dew and rum. Which is an interesting combination, but you know.
I have some code red if you need some Mountain Dew that's not lime.
It's fine. I also have a
Okay.
Rockstar.
Code red also
That's-
goes really nicely with Roundup.
Oh, that's Starry.
I forgot to change out my weapon set.
Anyways, look how happy everything is. Everything
You
is fine.
motherfuckers.
You love us.
You love
It's
us.
very-
That's why you're killing us.
It's a very loose word here.
The love of a GM is a terribly complicated thing.
Did you see what Rin wrote?
This is how the story of how we denied half an hour of session time through Money at Arcana.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah. Let's go.
You're really gonna torture us like this?
Yep.
Anyways, should we start with the session shit? Now that we've tortured you.
Yeah. Alright, bitches.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Ah.
motherfuckers.
The sound of love.
Team 1. Which one of your asses wants to give the recap for what you did last session?
Who was team 1?
We the supermarket team.
Unalive at dawn.
I will
Yeah.
I will hide team 2. Team 1, you're on the screen. Kira, you're not in team 1.
I know.
Chance
Consider
probably
yourself
needs the
that
No.
Chance probably
Chance
needs
has
the
a
fate.
refresh of 11. I don't want to fucking hear it. You
Yes,
guys do it. I've been
bad.
doing it for the past. Well, I haven't done it recently, but I've done most of them. So someone else do it.
Anyways,
Who wants to tell the story of your friend Long Furby?
yes, let me weave you all a tale.
Go for it.
A little ditty here. Okay, so Team 1, we were going to scout for stuff in the Mart Wall or whatever we were calling it. It's not
The Wall
Co-Cost,
Co.
we know
It's the
that
Wall
much.
Co.
Walco.
The Wall Co. Oh, we got in there. Kaede got in a bit of a chicken match with our good old friend Henry. CTD decided to break into the toy aisle and animate a bunch of Furbies. Get that off my fucking screen. They proceeded to roll around several of us like anacondas and suffocate us. Jack said something awful, whispered in his ear. Everyone was generally terrified. We ran out the back. There were a ton of... Were they snatchers in the back or were they sleepers?
Sleepers.
Sleepers in the back, either doing hard labor or just sitting there in cold storage or something.
Packing up
we-
radios.
Yes. And upon realizing how fucked this town is, we figured we should warn the others so that they don't come back into this town and get fucking annihilated.
Remember, we named the Furby.
The Furby does
Is
have
that...
a...
I don't want to dignify that thing with a name. It's evil, and that's what it will remain.
But it has a name.
Not in
name-
my story.
His name is
Disrespectful.
Angelo.
Yeah, don't be disrespectful to Angelo.
I will be disrespectful as I please. Anyways, we roll down. There are a bunch of Lucids in the church, absolutely desecrating it. They seem to be making a new red door. Some were punishing themselves with Old Tongue, which seems like a waste of Old Tongue, if you ask me. And we realized we needed to sneak in there and ring the bell. So, the plan we settled on. Alex was going on Overwatch. Kaede was going to sneak in. Baxter was backup. And Chance and Jack were going to be the distraction. They waltzed up and had a lovely, deep conversation where they shook several Lucids' faith in their beliefs, while Kaede was able to sneak in, almost got caught. Well, she did get caught, but she ran out. But we did manage to trigger the bell warning the others not to go back into Harrisburg. Even though someone did anyways. And we unintentionally gave resources to someone else, but it was either that or fight our way in, and that would not have ended well. Did I miss anything?
Happened, that was probably the best scenario. No, I think you pretty much got everything, unless anybody else knows what you missed.
We met two lovely sleepers, or were they Lucids?
They were
Two of our
Lucids.
Anton and Enrique.
Anton and Enrique. You
They're
have
lovely
definitely
husbands.
opened their eyes to something.
And we'll get coffee sometime when this is all over. Anyways.
So
Yeah, that might not have gone badly. Surely not at all.
There was
no.
also a mysterious man with black hair, dark clothes, and black eyes.
yes,
No, that was Alex's mind playing tricks on her.
well, at the very least,
Higher.
Alex, you saw him. And you don't entirely know necessarily that he wasn't an illusion because you are in the middle of a place that is full of illusions and the song. But you definitely did see somebody who doesn't quite fit in with the sleepers and the lucids.
Wait, oh wait, I saw him?
You're the only one who saw him.
Oh, crud.
So, are you really sure if he was there? I'm not going to gaslight right now.
Okay. On the topic of gaslighting, I do want you guys to know that there is a gaslighting stunt that I wrote for Luna that's called Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss, and it explicitly gives her boosts to deceive when she is gaslighting Lucids.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Lucids are already so gaslit they could set off a carbon monoxide alarm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
I don't wanna
haven't
talk
seen
about it.
Luna.
I don't want to talk about it.
Give
Good job.
Luna a walkie-talkie and 5
They
minutes long with the
don't
lizard.
have a high enough empathy or goddamn notice, no matter what I roll.
Unfortunate. In any
It's
case,
because you're rolling.
Shut
Team 2. Who wants to give your recap?
I can if the rest of you guys don't want to.
You may need it, Benji.
Ah, thanks. Okay, great. We infiltrated into the tower area, and Lincoln was driving around on the outside of the compound. Wraith ended up drawing Scarlet's attention and also some snatchers, and started playing Rearrange Oneself inside of the shrubberies and piles of snow. So he was definitely smelling a little bit on the outdoor nature woodsy fresh side. For the group that went inside, what ended up happening was we got in and were able to start looking for some information about the layout. So we were going for some blueprints to be able to look at the layout of the area because we're going to need to come back in later. And as we were doing that, Aurelia ended up inside of one of the rooms. We'd been sneaking through cameras. Aurelia ending up inside of the rooms made an unfortunate circumstance happen because Wraith had just begun, after agreement and discussion within her teeth and Taste the Wind, to be a dual host bridge between those two voices. Aurelia had just agreed and accepted hosting Hunt the Strong. And we discovered an unfortunate thing about the Snatchers, which is we'd known that the Snatchers were unwilling hosts for Crash Desktop Circle the Dead. But what we had not known was that the confluence of their circumstances was a little bit more nuanced. Circle the Dead's willing hosts have red eyes. Breed's hosts have yellow eyes. The Snatchers have orange eyes. They are shared hosts between Circle the Dead and All For Me. And in one circumstance, we managed to bring all pieces of what had once been a very different ethos and voice into one place. We had Taste the Wind with a host, we had Hunt the Strong with a host, and we had All For Me with a host in one place at one time, which is something that has not happened since they had been split apart from what they had all been part of before. In the sky, as a result of the confluence of these rare circumstances, where we have a night sky, there is also the eclipse swirling with a gold ring on the end of it. It is the confluence of the Eater, if I remember correctly. We managed to get the blueprints of the area. We got some other bits of information, and then Jean made the executive decision that the Snatchers would not be allowed to continue to cause harm or chase after, and the room had been covered in foam. Jean put a flashbang in with the explicit intention of killing the Snatchers. That is not something that is known outside of Jean. We ended up being able to get out. Also, as we were leaving, we heard terrible, terrible pain screams, which a number of folks recognized as a voice of someone who had previously traveled with our group, but was no longer among the living, let alone should have been among the dead that Breed or Circle the Dead would have had hands on. But as Lincoln was driving, Lincoln was taunted by the fact that Circle the Dead said that they had her. And the screams were Lillian's screams in the middle and the basement of the compound of Circle the Dead, who we have no idea where she is because we left the building with the information about the layout and the areas and headed back towards camp. And then all had various levels of psychological breakdowns.
Indeed. That confluence, by the way, is called the Confluence of the Devourer.
Tasty.
Finally, Lincoln, you had a couple of mini sessions. What happened during those mini sessions?
Where do we start? Do we start with Lincoln or do we start with the other two?
You. Let's start with Lincoln if you'd like.
Okay, that works. So first, he and Ambria had a very, very deep heart-to-heart about all the people they murdered, all the shit that's going on, all the plans that need to be changed. The recording can no longer be recorded. The performance has to be done in person now. And God, there were some other pieces of that we needed to talk about, but I cannot remember because brain fog is real.
That is okay.
That is perfectly fine.
With Bells.
Lincoln did have a conversation with Bells. Things happened. Please look forward to it, TM. Chance is working on a new tarot deck. He also has had the final talk with Roll the Dice of they have to play it safe because they have a really shitty hand.
Yeah.
So he is just going to make sure he does his damnedest that he and Kaede don't do something stupid, TM.
Or get separated.
Or get separated. And then there was the grand adventure of Damien Calvin's Charlotte and Kira Saren.
It was fine.
It was quite the adventure. They made their way towards one of the to the SOS point that Sparrow sent them to try and find her in Devon, but they were running low on fuel, so they decided to take a detour to fuel up, and they found themselves in a pocket of sunshine. Literally, it was actually daytime while they were fueling up. They ran into some. I'm going to assume that they were pretty common Lucids. They were nice and friendly until the shape showed up. We were able to escape without any real issue, and then we made our way to the SOS point, and Sparrow's phone was found there, broken, with a bunch of tracks leading towards the confluence of the Devourer in the sky. So we now know that Greed is in possession of a dead skeptic, multiple dead skeptics, and a host of lay on hands, which is not good. The three of them soon made their way back to camp, and they're going to be returning for a debriefing.
Kara's gonna try to see what she can get off of Sparrow's phone.
Okay. Anybody have any other updates to add? Baxter and Wraith, you two went to go get gas. That's one thing that can be mentioned. The two of you went to go get gas. It went about as well as you can probably expect, given that these two have no real stealth.
The stealth equivalent of an active fire alarm, as you have said.
As I put it, the two of them have the stealth of an active fire alarm. Were discovered by several patrols of Lucids and Sleepers, managed to run in, get gas, and flee. Between the two of you, you have recovered 3 canisters of gas. You can fill the Camino and the RV both. No other vehicles will be able to take gas. That said, Damien did just gas up the Hummer, so as far as that goes, you're good.
And also we got another container of gas too.
Yes, you did.
Because of duct tape repair.
Because of duct tape repair and Charlotte moving very quickly while Damien held somebody's attention.
And Kira found something in the Hummer itself that we need to open up too.
Yes, you do. All right. Any other things to recap before we go into session?
I'd like to mention this is a very wholesome story going on here.
Yeah, this isn't a horror story at all.
That's not going to save you, man.
Family friendly.
Right. Yes, Chance does have a new personal vehicle. It's called the Mop Bucket. It is literally a mop bucket with a mop.
You are still carrying that mop bucket.
It is now in the RV.
Was he carrying it while we talked to the Lucids?
Yeah, for comedic sake, we're going to say yes.
Is he turning into
Question.
fucking Linus?
Yes.
Would Kaide have had time to use her tit ability again, or?
You were able to use it the once, but now Benji is unconscious, so Benji
Okay.
has pranked himself.
Oh, okay. Never mind
And he
then.
tranked himself because he doesn't want them to exhaust being able to use the saboteur decks, and everyone who was using them needed to rest.
Yes.
So Benji opted to trank himself to get a couple hours of sleep on chance.
Yes. Benji, because you did full on trank yourself, you may move the severity of your consequence down.
Yay! I'll put it on mild now.
Which means that it can go away at the end of the session as long as you don't do anything to exacerbate it.
Yep. The whole problem is
Mm-hmm.
the likelihood of him sleeping again.
Oh, I know. Okay. That is everything. We are going to start. Let's see.
Get the roll channels ready. Here we go.
We're starting, actually, in the Tower of Circle the Dead. Devon.
Yep.
You wake up and find yourself strapped down to a gurney. You're in a room that is mostly dark. It is very difficult to see much, especially because you're not sure how long you've been out, but your eyes are very bleary, and you're having a hard time recalling exactly how you got here. You have flashes of some kind of a conflict as soon as you and Sparrow had run across that cabin in the woods. You kind of remember being attacked. You also remember that your attackers had made very strong efforts to ensure that you were brought in unharmed. Your wrists are a little bit sore as they had tried to pin you down and cuff you, but otherwise you are pretty well unharmed, with the exception of the drugs that they had used to apparently sedate you. Go ahead and roll me a physique.
Devin's just like, oh, this is how it feels to be on the under end of it, doesn't it?
Not fun, huh?
Haha, physique. Haha.
A wave of nausea hits you like a fucking truck. And for a moment, you're afraid that you're going to expel the contents of your stomach, but then you realize that there is nothing in your stomach to throw up. It takes you a moment, several in fact, for you to slowly come out of it. And finally, you're able to look around the room and see that you're not alone here. There are a number of other people, most of which you do not recognize, with the exception of 3 skeptics, one of which is Sparrow, and 2 of which are a couple of her allies. Sparrow is likewise unconscious. She was not spared harm like you were. She is hooked up to an IV running red liquid. It is an odd liquid that you're not quite sure what it is. It is kind of glowing a little bit eerie. And she is not conscious.
Does Devin know enough about how gurneys and stuff usually work to try to get himself free somehow? Or loosen the straps?
You're not going to be able to break your way free. Your physique is a 1, and you roll a 0.
Yeah.
However, you are very familiar with the straps that are used in hospitals to keep unruly patients still. You're not strapped across your chest. You just have the padded cuffs and the padded ankle cuffs that are holding you down. You could try to wiggle yourself free with athletics, but you know that if you do that, you're going to cause yourself some physical stress, and that's not going to go away until you get out of here. So you could try to get free with athletics if you're careful.
Yeah, he's gonna try to carefully get free because someone that he cares about is in danger. Can he use? He wants to invoke Oath of Compassion with Driven to keep others. Or wait, no, that's Dr. Devin because he needs to help.
Okay. Yes, you may add it. Add your first stack. What are the attack and defense stats you're going to take?
Give me a second to brain and think about this. Once I mark stuff. So defensive stat is going to be athletics. Let me write these down. Let's see, attack stat is. I don't have the book open. Where is that in resources? I'm trying to find the thing that's the reference that says what our attack can be.
You can use shoot, fight, and in some cases you can use physique if you are just bodying people, tackling, or pinning people. So you could use physique offensively in that manner.
Yeah, he's not much of a fighter, so he'll probably use physique as his attack stat just to be kind of defensive combat of trying to, fend off someone without actually hurting them.
Okay, I will allow it. Go ahead and write them down and pop them into voice text. Go ahead and roll me your athletics to try to get free from the gurney.
Let's see.
You are able to sort of move your hand on the left side almost out. It's starting to hurt. You're having to almost pop your thumb out of the joint in order to get your hand out. You're not quite out, though. Roll me a notice.
Oh, is it danger sense?
Danger sense applies. Okay. you can hear the instrument. The kids had pointed out what that sound was to you. You are aware of what it is now. Even in what you can probably assume is the clutches of Circle the Dead, you are hearing the instrument as if it were right below you. It is extremely loud. Even here. And you're not entirely certain that the people who had attacked you were snatchers. As it's starting to come back to you, you hear the instrument, you hear that it's kind of pounding into you, and you notice that the only people in this room are patients. There are no attendants, there are no nurses, there is nobody watching you. But there is a camera in the corner.
And he can tell the camera's active?
Yes, the camera is scanning the room. It does not seem to have pinpointed anything out of place that you can tell, but you know that you're going to have to move very carefully. The camera is scanning, so it's sweeping left to right. There are times when the camera is not directed at you.
Okay, so because he has watched way too many spy films, he's going to be very, very careful about when he makes his movement to try and get loose.
Okay. So you're going to time your movements to try to get loose as quickly as you can. Go ahead and roll me another athletics.
And how often can he build stacks? Because knowing he has to help Sparrow?
It'll be every couple of actions that you take, you'll be able to build another stack, so I'll let you know when you can build the next one. So not quite yet.
Let's see. That was the close button. That was not supposed to be what I was hitting. Okay, I'm rolling athletics again.
Yes.
That is 1, 2, 3. Can he use I have to survive for her to boost it?
Yes.
Or would a boost of +2 be enough, or would it need to be a reroll?
A +2 will at least get one hand free.
Okay, so he'll do that.
Okay. Your one hand is free, the camera turns back towards you, and you're forced to stop for a moment.
Yeah, he makes it look like his hand is still stuck in there.
Okay. As you're waiting for the camera to turn away again, you feel kind of the hair stand up on the back of your neck.
Can he get an idea of why and what's causing it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, boss. This is not good.
It's quite bad, yes. Do not act as though you can hear me. I've been trying to reach you for 7 hours now.
They drugged me. I don't know what it is, but they drugged me. I'm hearing that instrument thing below me, and my friend over there currently has weird glowing red liquid, which everything says that's bad.
Yes, quite bad, yes. We're going to need to be careful. I see you're free, mostly.
Yeah, one hand. There's a camera in the corner, scanning periodically, trying to move when it's not looking at me.
Do you know where you are?
Not a darn clue.
I believe, at least, from what you saw briefly when you were being brought, that you are in the Tower of the Infection.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
They are here, and they want you here because of me.
Well, they were definitely trying not to hurt me, so I can't imagine it's gonna be a very good experience if I stay here.
Judging what they've done to my other hosts, you would be correct.
What'd she say again? I couldn't hear that well.
Judging by what they've done to her other hosts, you would be correct.
I'm guessing a lot of colleagues in the medical field are no longer with us because of these jerks.
Not exactly. I don't know exactly what they are doing, but they are experimenting on those that carry me.
Oh, this day just keeps getting better and better. So while he's talking, while the camera's moving, he's still working on getting his other arm free.
Yep, go ahead and roll me in athletics for the other arm.
I have a suspicion about the room you are in. I don't believe that. Your friend is hooked up to something that the crowd had and used for the purposes of chemical suppression. I do not know how the infection got hold of it, but it appears they have.
So something tells me they might have a deal going on, if it has it.
It's possible. Either way, we must attempt to get out.
Yep, that's the plan. Get the others out, the more the better, because I don't think I can sneak my way out this place.
Probably not. But you are close to being free.
You almost have your hand slid out of the other strap. It is the same case as the previous time where you think you're going to have to pop your thumb out in order to get your hand through.
Yeah.
You may go ahead and roll athletics one more time.
Can I boost yet again, or?
Now you may add another stack.
Cool. And unlike Kronk, he is not humming his own theme song.
This would be wise.
Negative for you.
Okay. You are able to get your other hand free. Both of your hands are free. You still have the straps on your ankles, but that would be easy to manage once you're able to get out.
Yeah, he's gonna wait till the camera's not on him, then sit up and quickly mess with the straps. And when he's doing that, can he see anywhere he would be able to move to that would be out of eyesight of the camera?
Directly beneath it.
Okay. Yeah, so once he gets the ankles free, he'll move to beneath the camera.
Okay. You move under the camera, and as you do so, very distantly, you start hearing that sound again. As the camera takes a sweep, sweeps back, starts to turn away again, and then shifts back to see your empty bed.
When it's starting to shift back, can he reach up and pull out the power cables?
Yes, he can.
So he'll do that and then immediately start going freeing people.
Okay. You hear this again.
He's got no choice.
All right. You start unstrapping the other patients in the room to the bed, or from their beds. Sparrow does not wake. Her companions are not hooked up to the same weird liquid that she is. They seem to just have been sedated, and as you start waking them up, they rouse. They're very groggy. One of them is kind of a taller guy who slowly sits up, reaches for a bedpan, and proceeds to vomit. The other one gets out of bed very slowly and kind of staggers over to Sparrow.
Is his trauma kit still in here? Like all the gear supplies they had?
You do not have your trauma kit here.
Okay. So he is going to free all that he can and try to work on helping wake Sparrow while the others are getting over the grogginess. So I heard a weird noise that sounded bad. I disable the camera, but that means they're going to know something's up. So we're on a time limit here.
Everyone at this time, all players, please roll me a random.
Per character?
Per character.
Yeah.
Reroll. Kaede, reroll.
Lucky sevens!
Oh, my ears!
Kira,
I just need to-
reroll.
I need to reroll for both.
Click.
I can't get out of mid. Okay, I got out of mid finally. Now let me roll for fucking Benji.
Alright.
Hey.
I rolled a 200. Yay!
Alex got some bad luck here.
It took me 6 times to get out of mids. I don't want to hear it, guys.
Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 highs.
For once, our luck's doing pretty good, guys.
7. You move over to Sparrow and see that she is still hooked up. The guy standing by you looks at her and then looks at you. Can you get her out of this, Doc?
I'll see what I can do. And he's gonna, he's unplugging the IV. He wants to secure and take the bag as a sample to study and figure out how to counter it. And he is going to use every bit of his medicine know-how to try and wake her up.
Okay, roll me a medicine.
Okay. Can I build? I can't build another stack yet, right?
Not yet.
5, 6, 7.
Okay. You are able to disconnect Sparrow from the IV carefully. Her heart monitor dips for just a moment and then stabilizes again as you work. After a few moments, she kind of grumbles as if she is slowly waking, but you know that there are a lot of drugs in her system and it's going to take some time for those drugs to come out.
Mhm.
They need to run their course. The guy standing beside you reaches to scoop Sparrow up carefully now that she's been disconnected from the IV. You've got the bag. All right, I'll carry her out. Name's Will, by the way.
Devin. So they're alerted. So it's just us 4 in the room, or were there others too?
There are other beds in the room, and they appeared that there had been people in them at one time, but they are currently empty.
Okay. So he is going to make his way over to the door. Well, after checking on the skeptic who lost the contents of his stomach, then move over to the door and kind of check to see if there's any kind of trap on it, and then if it's not, poke his head out to try to peer into the corridor beyond.
You find that the door is unlocked and that there is no one in the corridor beyond. You do see a red alert light flashing. That it's not like, prisoners are free. It's a fire alarm that's going off somewhere else in the building.
Okay, that could be to our advantage. They might be distracted if there's a fire alarm going off. So, Samaritan buddy, do you happen to know which way to get out of here?
Well, let's see. Judging from the way you came in, right down the hallway, up the first ladder, up another stairwell, and then there's an intake garage. You should be able to slip out if you're cautious.
Sounds good to me. And I think that basically would activate his aspect of Rule 22, when in doubt, know your way out.
Yes. You have a path out of here.
Yep, so he's gonna be the notice dude. Is the other skeptic whose arms are free stealthy?
Yes. And after kind of stabilizing himself after throwing up, he steps forward, murmurs, "I'm John," and then peers down the hallway and then waves for you and Will, carrying Sparrow, to follow after them.
Yeah, and Devin has relayed those instructions to John.
All right. You begin making your way out, and we will check back in with Devin later.
I'm
Meanwhile,
sure he's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. Meanwhile, Kira,
Yeah.
you had taken a nap on the way back. Damien had been required to sort of take a roundabout way to get to where the coordinates for the new camp have been broadcast to. And you feel the Hummer start coming to a stop, and you sort of snap out of your nap after having a discussion with Walker.
Yeah.
You,
Venting to friends is fine.
yeah. You wake and you see that, the campus here, it is a little bit smaller than you remember it being. There are only 2 vehicles here. One of them is Camino. The other one is the RV. You guys still don't know where Sparrow is, but you do know that you've got the SOS. And Kira, you have Sparrow's phone.
Yes. And Sparrow had previously left their portable black box, right?
Yes.
Kara's going to grab her stuff, also grab the hard case that she cut out, and head over to where the black box had been left and start working on seeing if she can recover anything from Sparrow's phone.
Okay. That is what Kira will be doing. It's been a nebulous amount of time for all of you. The days are blurring together because you never see the sun anymore. Occasionally, you don't see stars, and right now, the largest celestial body in the sky is not the moon, but a black hole. Superimposed over the sky, limned in gold and red light. That is the only light that you can see by right now, aside from your lanterns and your flashlights and your phones. And occasionally the headlights of the Camino and the RV. The RV also has a porch light, quote unquote. And so you do have some light to see by. So we're going to go down the list. I'm going to see where everybody's at, and then we will proceed. First and foremost, let's start with Damien, who is stepping out of the RV, or who's stepping out of the Hummer, rather, with Charlotte.
Okay.
Charlotte steps out, and in grandmotherly fashion, silently insists that Damien allows her to use him as a walking stick.
Damien, the cheeky bastard he is, just offers her an arm and guides her to where she wants to go.
Okay. Everyone in the party sees as the Hummer pulls up that Charlotte steps out with Damien. You guys have not seen Charlotte since she had departed with Lincoln. Does anybody say anything?
One, is Benji awake?
No.
Okay.
You tranked yourself.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think Wraith's awake yet, too, either.
Okay.
Where are people actually for Kara to be able to try to say something as she's heading to grab Sparrow's black box?
Let's go down the list. Where is Alex right now?
Alex is probably found somewhere a little bit more secluded but with flat surface to work on finish tweaking her bow and setting out the parts for whenever she needs to work on making the jammer with Kira.
Okay, where's the murder hobo?
The murder hobo is currently making his way out of the RV to get some fresh air. He looks very drained and very tired.
Just to be clear for everybody, enough time has passed, whether or not you're aware of it, that anybody who has slept has been able to get a full night of sleep.
So he did probably get a full rest, but he's still tired from what he was trying to do and is still not done.
Yes. You are also kind of carrying a lot of existential exhaustion, just as a general matter, of course.
Thanks for all the dice.
No problem. So where is the murder hobo physically right now?
Outside the RV door.
Okay. Where's Jack at?
Jack would probably be at this point have made himself back to camp, just stoking the fire if they have one and chilling out. He's getting back to to quote, your regularly scheduled Jack.
Okay. Baxter, where are you? Baxter.
Bueller.
Senti.
Sente.
He might be dead.
Let's get an F in the chat for Senti, everybody.
R.I.P.
F.
No, don't say those. I don't want her here. She's terrible at funerals. Ironically.
Ironically.
Baxter died as he lived. A blanket.
What do you mean? She's the life of the party.
She's the life of the funeral.
Neat.
Oh, we're having a wake, I see.
No.
We'll come back to wherever the fuck Baxter is. Gene, where are you at right now? Are you still having a
Gene?
meltdown in the bathroom?
No, he eventually climbed out through the skylight of the bathroom. And he's just sitting on the roof.
Okay.
He probably gave a wave to the oncoming Hummer. He was like, oh, I hope this is like something that's not going to kill me later. But he waves and then just kind of goes back to just sitting, chilling out.
Where's Kaede right now?
Heide is in the RV on the couch. We wrapped up in blankets.
Okay.
Her and Wraith talked. And
You guys have had the time to talk. Whether or not you did, you can work out.
I would say they talked before he went to get the gas.
Okay, so you guys
Okay.
have had a chance to talk.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. Oh, he's not mad at her anymore. Cool.
Kira, you're heading over to a flat surface to do some work.
Yep.
Benji is unconscious.
Unless the Trank is able
No.
to have run enough of a course, he's unconscious right now.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah.
Where's Lincoln right now?
Lincoln has left the Camino and he is making his rounds, and the people that he needs to talk to now that he's finally out of his depressive rut.
Where is Wraith right now?
After they got gas, Wraith would have crawled into the back of the Camino.
Okay, so Wraith is unconscious in the Camino.
Yeah.
And finally, where's Aurelia?
Probably walking around and stretching, since she might have just come, like, woken up from resting, you know.
Okay.
Just small walking.
Damien helps Charlotte into the area, and she is using a walking stick. Some of you know that walking stick is a gun. And she moves to sit down beside the fire and gestures for those that are nearby to come to her.
Kira's gonna drag the black box over and find a place she can just kind of hunker down and do the phone work while listening.
Much has happened since we met last. We should speak.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I think there's someone that would want to see you.
By all means.
Lincoln is gonna make his way back and try to wake Wraith up in the Camino.
Okay. Wraith, you're being shaken.
He's gonna sort of groan a little bit, like, huh? What?
Hey, hey,
what?
hey.
Hi.
Charlotte's back.
Really?
Come on.
Okay. Where are my legs? There they are. Okay. He's gonna start to wiggle out of the Camino.
You need a hand?
Yeah, I had an interesting night. I'll tell you about it later.
Yeah, come on. Lincoln's going to wrap one of Wraith's arms around his shoulders and help him over.
I really gotta find that inhaler.
The blanket has it.
Have you checked the RV?
Not really. I'll probably.
I will set you down next to Charlotte and I'll go check for that inhaler for you, okay?
Preach.
No problem.
big breach.
So Lincoln will take Wraith over to sit down next to Charlotte so he can get his head pats. And then he's
Charlotte?
going to go to the RV.
Charlotte gives Wraith a head pat. Lincoln, go ahead and roll me an investigate to find the inhaler.
He is very happy. He's going to sit down next to her for more head pats.
Do I get a bonus because of a Wraith specialty of theirs bullshit afoot?
I'll let you take the bonus.
I rolled that with chance, but we're just going to roll with it.
In the glove compartment in the front, you can tell that Devin was probably worried about it getting like stepped on or lost or something, so that it is in the glove compartment in the front of the RV. There's a note attached to it that just says, "Please don't bury this one."
Absolutely is.
Excuse me, that's for razors only.
How was the Gillette bush?
The Gillette tree, first of all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
While
I thought
Lincoln's
of-
in the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say while Lincoln's in the RV, he's going to gently nudge Kaede and then peek up at the skylight to wave at Jean.
Hi.
Hey, the runner's here. They want to talk.
Okay.
Alright, I'll head on down.
All right, we're over at the campfire whenever you guys are ready.
Just leave Benji there.
Benji's asleep. He thinks about it for a moment. He's like, no.
Understandable.
He'll also try to find Alex and Skylar.
Alex, Aurelia, both of you are alerted that Taste the Wind is here, Charlotte is back, and a discussion is about to happen.
Alright, she'll pick up the thing she's working on and very neatly and go over.
And then he'll do the last pickup of the murder hobo and the cowpoke.
Jack's already sitting by the fire.
Good. Then he'll just be dragging the murder hobo by his ear over to the fucking campfire.
Does the murder hobo have the bucket?
The murder hobo does indeed have the bucket. He is currently sitting in the bucket.
Okay. I guess. Fits, sits, etc. Anyway. All right, you guys are sitting around the fire, and Charlotte is sitting in front of the fire as well. She is got her kind of walking stick in front of her. She's got both hands on it. You know the elderly, wise elder sort of pose.
It has been some time since we have spoken, at least with my host here.
Charlotte turns to face Wraith and doesn't ask, but very gently takes his chin and tilts his head up so that she can stare directly into his eyes. And Wraith, you feel sort of a warmth come over you. It's a comforting feeling as Taste the Wind's two hosts in this area reconcile the runner. And the memories of you and the memories of Charlotte join to inform Taste the Wind of what has happened. It's an odd feeling, but it's not unpleasant.
Not neat.
You have seen and done much in my absence.
I do have a promise to keep.
You do. And I thank you for keeping it. I can sense there is gaps in what has happened. There are some things I can explain. There are other things even I cannot. But let us first address the elephant in the sky, as it were.
Charlotte gestures to the black hole.
Yeah, the big scary thing.
Is that because of something really specific? I mean, everyone mentioned that there was like some sort of talk.
It was a
Or is gonna-
confluence.
Kira trails off.
When we were investigating the radio tower, Sorry, are you trying to talk?
It is indeed a confluence. Please continue.
When my team was investigating the radio tower, we found something out. The unwilling hosts have orange eyes, as you guys all know. Willing hosts of the infection have red, that we've seen on Scarlet. And then the host of greed have golden eyes, like we've seen on Mordecai and Zeke. Orange is the secondary color combined by the primaries of red and yellow. So, in effect, both greed and the infection can control these unwilling hosts. And Greed was currently in possession of one of these hosts, with Wraith as a active host for the runner. And then there was an active host for the hunter there as well. And if you guys remember from a month ago, when we first went over the first radio tower, we found out that these three were once a part of a bigger voice.
A voice I will not name, that you may know as the Devourer. I'm sure you can understand that this is not of benefit. The confluence of the Devourer has not happened in centuries. Myself, and who was once the Olympian, had stayed well away from greed for quite a long time. But it is clear that that is no longer possible. This place, this quiet zone, is another type of confluence. The center, epicenter of a conflict with global implications. Between the sires, between greed, between the Eidolon, and finally us, those who do not wish to bow, who refuse to do so, will be purged if they succeed. You say that the stakes are high. Does an injustice to the words. I do not mean to bring ill tidings. It is unfortunately what follows me, and I follow it. That said, you are yet alive, but one of you is missing. Tell me, where is the burned one, Lillian?
Lincoln's eyes immediately drop down to the ground.
Alex just like flinches and freezes up on what she's doing.
She's not with us anymore. She didn't make it. She sacrificed herself, her spirit, to help get everyone out of what happened when everyone was tied in with the infection.
That cannot be possible.
What do you mean?
What do you know of your time under the control of the infection?
We don't really know anything about it.
We only have a general idea of how long, but no one's really explained to us what happened.
I would wager Those who know are no longer with us. I can shed a little light, but I must first apologize for the burden of knowledge that I must lay upon you.
There is now a twitch in Lincoln's eyebrow.
Upon descending into the tower, inside the base, the infection proved overwhelming. Its pull too strong, and into its... There is not a good word for it, besides prison. You were forced to descend. In that time, it extracted from you all of the pieces of the old tongue you possessed. I and my charge, the Samaritan as you know her, mounted a rescue, infiltrating and extracting you and many others, other children like yourselves, who had been under its influence. From there, we took you to the nearby hospital in Harrisonburg. I'm sure you've seen what happened. Many of you did not wake until after the attack. You have seen it, yes. The city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's being done to the people there?
We kind of didn't get back to, well, we sort of, but kind of not really.
You were
You say that
moved
to-
out of Harrisonburg when the attack was launched. It was the Sires. They drove us away. And in that time, we were forced to split apart. Some of us headed to the nest, as I call it. Others may call it the birdcage, the town you know as Redacre. The rest of us tried to rally support. Our hosts are being devoured by that thing you call the Maw. And so we needed backup, which is where I had gone. In the separation, those hosts of the Judge and the Samaritan were charged with taking your friend, the burned one, to safety. When last I saw her, she was yet alive. But only just.
Are you saying that her getting us out maybe was the end of consciousness or her, but not expiration of body?
I do not know. What I do know is that her heart monitor was steady and strong. Though her mind, that is another matter. It is possible that part of her was already dead. I I do know, however, that during the attack, when we fled, those hosts I was not in charge of stewarding opted to take her and flee in an attempt to get her as far away as possible.
And that didn't work, did it?
I do not know.
It didn't.
Is there a way to tell if they were captured?
They were not my hosts. I am charged with protecting the Samaritan, and it was not she who volunteered.
Judge, right?
Indeed.
So how about we ask her if she knows what happened? Because I'm sick and tired of not knowing everything.
I got news for you. I also don't know.
If they've been cut off from the voice, then there wouldn't be any way of syncing any of the knowledge.
After the attack, I lost half of my hosts. Half of them. In the RQZ. Dead or worse. So no, I don't know.
Gene raises his hand a little bit.
What's up, William?
When Benji, Suma, and I were at the bunker, we were... Oh, sorry. Aurelia and I were, at the bunker. We heard screaming. Like, the kind of screaming that goes beyond someone receiving any kind of pain. The kind that feels like your heart and your soul are being ripped apart. And it I don't want to, say that it was someone we know, but it sounded really familiar.
And it was her. Because I heard it too. And the infection told me that it was her.
I'm sorry.
There are things that yet do not add up about this matter. Every effort was made to ensure her fate was obscured from me. Me in particular, though I do not know why.
Could anyone else know?
It is possible. But you are unlikely to get answers out of the infection.
Out of the infection, probably.
What about if we ask someone who has ties to the infection but isn't the infection directly?
You speak of grade.
Well, there might potentially be also maybe slightly on decent terms to potentially talk people with ties to the infection.
Such as?
Coyote knows how to get in contact with Nicole.
This is not a name that is familiar to me.
She is one of the harmonies, but if all of them are dual hosting, we think that she's the one that's dual hosting the infection.
And I thought I saw something in her that I could change. I've been talking to her to try to give her a choice to see if maybe she'll switch teams.
I would be cautious. Hosts of the infection, willing or otherwise, are rarely able to release the hooks it leaves in them. I believe you, young skeptic, can attest to that. Particularly due to your lineage.
Lincoln has the look of repressed anger that you find on a shoe bill right now.
So only you or the infection were there?
There was one other. The martyr. Who, I believe, has kept their distance. For reasons I'm sure you can guess.
Kara looks over towards Lincoln, but then kind of raises a hand a little bit. Yeah, I think we can kind of guess those reasons. But if there's information that we need, then we might need to put aside phalanx to be able to get information.
That is a decision you must make, and not one that I can make for you. I can say, however, that what happened in that place has changed. The martyr and all of you, whether or not you have seen those changes yet. The process of extracting Old Tongue is not an easy one. One that your minds built resistances to protect you. We who attempted to infiltrate have given you additional gifts. Some of you have found them, others have not.
The fragment?
In your case, yes. The echo of the adversary. He did indeed leave that behind, his gift to you. The rest of us gave other gifts to those that we aided.
Like what? To who?
I'm sure you realized that you probably shouldn't have been able to run 8 miles with the angel behind you and still live, yes?
Yeah, I thought so.
My gift to you.
Thanks.
Wraith, you may take the aspect, the runner's endurance.
Weird.
Oh.
Let's go.
It's going right over stealth of active fire alarm.
What an appropriate place.
I am aware that these tidings are grim. The specter of memory and loss are difficult to shake.
I think the hardest part is trying to figure out if she's still alive out there.
I do not know. There is one you can ask. Whether or not you will choose to do that is your decision.
When I shot out Scarlet's tire, she wrote me a note, and it said that we have your friend, the dead one. So I don't know.
Someone give me a lighter.
It is possible she yet lives, or that her death was used to inflict wounds. Either is equally likely.
At this, Taste the Wind stops speaking and Charlotte begins to sign. And she says, "Among all hosts, among all voices, among all people, there is one constant. Loss is painful. But let it make you stronger. Lincoln, you go looking for a lighter?
Yep.
Okay, what do you do?
He's gonna come back to the campfire. He's gonna light it. I know you're there, Die for You. Stop hiding and start talking. We need some things answered now.
I had kept my distance because I knew you would not be able to speak with me.
That's who I think it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Kara chokes back a sob.
You're damn right I don't want to talk to you. But I am making the active choice right now that that needs to be put aside so we can do something about it. Now I want you to tell me what happened to Lillian.
I only know up until the point she was taken from me. I felt her loss, just as you do. I did not drive her. She called me in those moments, searching for the strength to do what she had to do to end the anomaly.
Yeah, well, it didn't friggin' work, did it?
No, it did. Had her sacrifice not been made, you would never have seen it, nor heard it, nor discovered that it could be killed. It would have devoured you all. You were not the first children in the RQZ to attempt to take them down. You are, unfortunately, the first to have survived. In the attack, I felt her slip away from me. And at first I thought that had been her death. She gave to me words to speak to each of you. Her last words. She was ready and at peace in that moment. But at first, when I wanted to approach, when I sought to pull her words up and bring them back, I felt her for a moment.
So you don't know if she's dead either?
I know only that when she was taken from me, she was fighting still.
Kara kind of lets out a short breath. What are the chances that she didn't die and instead she's under the infection's control?
Very high. She might be fighting against it, but the infection is stronger when a person is closer to death. That's how it got to Scarlet.
And how it got to you.
Yeah, how it got to me.
So penis heading your way, 2 minutes.
Duly noted.
So it might be possible that instead of her dying, she's just lost. How likely can she be brought back?
Math is not my strong suit. That is not a question I can answer, as I cannot currently see or feel her. There are times when I feel a flicker. I have been searching for her for some time, but I did not wish to create false hope when despair was already so fresh.
She's in that tower we have to go after anyways, isn't she?
It seems that tower is a confluence of many kinds.
Can't leave her there any longer if she is still.
It's not just her we have to deal with at the tower, though. We have to make sure that what we're setting up for the signal is going to be safe, because otherwise we just mess everything up even more. And if they know that we're going there for that, probably part of this is making sure that we won't have enough time to do both things. We could either maybe save everybody else or save her.
Wraith, we saw the note as well. It is expected.
Yeah, Scarlet's wait.
If I had a guess, survival is something I am quite good at, as well as spotting traps. I think you know that this is indeed a trap. But it is not so cut and dry. I believe the infection kept her alive for you, young skeptic.
If they're expecting us to go for her, they won't expect us to go disable the tower. We might be able to use that to our advantage.
Perhaps. They likely expect you to assault, given what has taken place and what you now know. What you choose to do is up to you.
Scarlet wants me.
Are there other bloodlines that have affinities to voices? Kira kind of has this look of, I've been sitting on this question for 5 minutes.
I love you, Kira.
It is uncommon, but not unheard of.
Are there any other bloodlines you know that have affinities like this? Like, is it something that could be maybe used as a stronger advantage?
Damien, you want to answer that, boyo?
The Calvin's line did. Or still does.
With me,
There's only 2 that I don't think have.
and only because of the fuckers in the birdcage.
Bastard's got a younger brother, Caleb.
And the younger one went to, you.
Hey, Kira.
Yeah?
Would you like to roll at insight?
Yeah. That's a 4.
Damien said a last name and a first name that should be familiar from a long time ago.
Yeah, she would have known Ranger's actual name.
Yes, she would.
Ranger's actual name and who his father was.
You... Wait. You're related to Connor?
You knew Connor?
Yeah. Ranger, was what he went by in the club.
Was?
Kira kind of has this, he was trying to make sure that, everyone else got out. It was a bad night, and, he didn't make it back. And, the team I sent to get his body, didn't make it back either that night, because, the stalker was waiting for them.
I see.
Sorry.
Suppose he at least went up with a fight.
He taught a bunch of us, in saved my best friend's life. So yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm kind of really bad at delivering that news. And it's not like I can show you what we did for him. So, sorry. Kara just picks up the phone and just looks back at the black box and starts working on it.
Damien seems exceedingly stoic about it, but he just shrugs it off before allowing the conversation to move on. He will deal with this later.
If you have an affinity with the voice, does that mean you? Is there a way to like commune? She's giving Lincoln a look as she looks up from the phone. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I can shed some light on this.
Bells?
Lincoln nods slowly.
And with that, we're going to take a quick pause and take a quick break because we've had a very intense first 2 hours, including the level 10 fucking hype train.
Hype train! Hype train!
So let's take 5 or 10. We'll come back and we'll have Bells chat with you guys.
Hype train, hype train.
We'll be right back.
Oh, you.
We are back. Welcome. So, you guys have a lot of new information to process. Hey, Baxter.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
thanks.
So you wake up and find that nobody else is in the RV anymore, and also everybody's around the fire, and you were hiding under a pile of blankets so thick that nobody was quite sure which pile of blankets was you, and so they left you there.
Okay.
Do you come and join everybody else by the fire?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone else, Baxter emerges from the RV. Baxter, are you still wearing all the blankets, or did you shirk that?
No, he shirked them.
Okay. Baxter, not blanket monster, emerges from the RV.
Jack looks over. Is Chance sitting by Jack?
We'll say yes.
He's gonna says. He whispers to Chance, who's gonna tell him.
Tell him what?
I don't know, man. This is too much tea for me to handle. You know, I'm just vibing.
Spill it.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Hey, Baxter?
Yes.
Lillian might not be dead. The martyr is currently talking with her voice. And,
What?
eh,
What?
eh,
Whoa! What the fuck do you mean she might not be dead?
She might not be dead.
From time to time, I still feel her. Fighting back.
Who the fuck is she?
Against Boss. Well, she might be being held by the infection inside of the tower that we got suppressed in the first time we went there.
Let's go fucking get her.
Can you put your butt down on the fire first? Because if we go in with all guns,
Why
blazing,
would I
we're all
sit
gonna
on the
die.
fire?
Butt ground.
You did say butt down on the fire.
Yeah. Kira doesn't care.
I don't want to sit on the fire.
Just
Then-
sit down with
Then
us.
sit.
Fine. He's gonna sit down.
God damn.
As it currently stands, the tower is very heavily fortified. However, there is something amiss, something that is not quite right about the tower. I do not know quite what it is.
Aurelia, Jane, when you guys went in there, what did you figure out? I'd ask my brother, but he's apparently still sleeping.
Jean looks to Aurelia a moment and then gives her a nod because I think Aurelia has the maps.
One of
And
them.
also,
I'm gonna shirk the responsibility to Aurelia.
What do you mean? This is unfair. Benji had the map and Benji's out cold.
Well, unfortunately it's you now.
But I don't know what to say. My brain is blank.
Wraith is also gonna raise his hand a little bit. He's like, there's a room that the End Mother was warning me about. We ran across it when we were there the first time. This time it just kind of smelled like death, so the Reaper might have a strong hand in this.
He is involved in one manner or another. What precisely she is doing, we do not know.
In the bunker, we found out that some images or things have the ability to change or like appear different from person to person. Like there was a sign that said no running. For me, it said no running, but for Benji, it said you can't run. And among other things, there's the screaming that was deeper in the halls or deeper in the bunker. And we got a few maps because we figured taking a picture wouldn't be the best idea, and drawing it would also not be a good idea either. And I think I destroyed their surveillance systems inside. Maybe.
Actually, you did. And in fact, I've been meaning to chat with you, Boyle. What you did saved your own lives.
Okay.
Had you not have done what you did, they would have swarmed you. They would have captured you. And some of you might be dead now. So, in that question you asked me, you are the protector. It means doing some nasty shite from here and there. But you are protecting your own, and I'm proud of you.
Okay.
I want to OC'ly give Gina a hug.
Wraith leans over to Kite. It's like, I didn't know Jean was Irish.
Leans over. Smacks Gene. Buck up. Emotions aren't allowed here.
Gene nudges a little bit, and he's trying to hold it together. Because, I torched their whole security room. And I torched 3 people inside. He then rolls up his jacket is like the arm that he punched with, that sleeve is entirely in tatters. And he kind of like eventually just tears off a few pieces to reveal the bandages on his burns.
You did what you had to do. That's kind of where we are right now.
Let me put it to you this way. If you hadn't, you would have handed Greed both of the pieces he needed to start the rejoining. All 3 of them were there, and you stopped them.
Yeah. I just need to, I guess, swallow that knowledge and
About that, if we gotta go back in the tower, should I stay behind?
I do not think so. Your strength lies in unity. Though it is fragmented here and there, it will inevitably save you. Should any one of you remain behind, I fear it will be far easier for them to divide and conquer as they had done in the past. I am an old voice. I have seen much and done much. And I know that if you do not play to each other's strengths, to fill in the gaps of your weaknesses, you will fall. This must be reconciled. And you must do it.
Alright, I trust you.
It is not an easy thing to trust something that you cannot see. I do not ask for your trust. I ask for your strength.
We'll trust in concepts all the time. It's half of what's wrong with the world and half of what's right in it. You have both of them. My trust and my strength.
I believe you have much to discuss together.
Charlotte takes a deep breath and finally opens her eyes again. Her eyes are still a little bit cloudy. She is very much elderly. And she exhales very slowly and signs, "What comes could be the end. Should you succeed, it will not be. Should you fail, it will be." With that, she stands and signs to all of you, "I'm going for a walk." And with her walking cane, that some of you know is actually a gun, she strides off to go and take a walk in the woods, leaving you around the fire to digest the information you've been presented.
I've got a few things I can tell you. I'm sure you've all got questions. And some of you probably don't want to talk to me much.
Why don't you start with sharing first?
Sure. What we're seeing now isn't new. This isn't the first time my makers have tried to, take it all. It is the first time, however, that they've gotten this close to winning. I sent word to some friends on the outside. They're on their way. But with the infection, with greed, and with my makers, there's a lot happening that none of us are seeing. So I'm gonna give you some food for thought. The infection, the Eidolon, and the makers. The makers had to have felt that big ass fucking doom heart a long time ago. The one that we saw. Yeah? Or heard, rather. To the question, why would the Eidolon build its tower so close to that relay? Unless it was intended to be there.
Music is a form of media.
Sure is.
Media is how the Eidolon infection spreads.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna hijack the instrument.
We already kind of have been worried about that being the case, which is why we needed to lock down the Eidolon before there was any sort of broadcast. Because otherwise, if we just get rid of only the song, we don't do anything to stop what the infection's been doing.
And there's another thing. With how strong my makers have gotten, their spread, their message, their instrument, their eyes, everywhere. Why would they let the Eidolon build so close to something so important?
We know that to some degree that they're working together. We also learned recently that Greed has struck a deal with the Talking Heads inside Redacre. To what degree that deal entails, we know off of an easy wager that the biggest bargaining chip that they have is the Hunter, because they want the Hunter for rejoining. But
they need
what
it.
is the question is, what is the biggest concept of the deal?
There's a lot of deals being made. It's hard to tell what the end game for any of these parties is.
We're also missing another part, though. Just completely.
The Reaper.
Yeah. And, I mean, we don't have any idea what she's doing in all of this, or if maybe what she's doing is bolstering possibly what the infection is doing, or if she's bolstering with surround sound.
Nobody knows.
What voices are old enough to know a lot about her and what she's done in the past? Disregarding the whole fact that she's supposed to be dead. That's obviously moot.
Probably the one that she broke off from.
So, Toothmom?
That would be me.
Was she like one of your size or a different part of that?
In the beginning, I was merely the concept of understanding death. When we separated, there were two ideas permeating through our hosts. The idea of accepting death and living well in spite of it, and the idea of courting death and becoming it.
In Voice Age Lifetime, how long ago was that split? Like near the beginning, midway, like a revolution idea?
Long, long ago. Since long before recorded history.
Okay, let me ask this. Does she have connection or ties to similarities with the Devourer?
That I do not know. I know only when she has resurfaced. Often, it is times of great death and suffering.
So the fire needs fuel to burn.
Indeed. always those who find a despair so deep as to give up on the idea of living before you reach death. Our plans are rarely seen before they begin the cascade into catastrophe.
So, from a historical standpoint, the fact that we know about her now means that enough has already happened in the background that we could either try to uncover it or we have to focus on mitigation.
It would be likely a better option to focus on the mitigation of the message she spreads.
Just bear an acceptance of what you see before you and then embrace in the end might be something that could actually jive kind of well with the infection too.
It changed after coming into contact with her in Toppenish. I will, however, make the point. She did not reveal herself until enough despair had spread that belief in her became second nature. This is a war, and that is where she thrives.
So, what if we also need to look at the compound as an area not just of handling the infection, but we need to look at it from the combination standpoint of the infection, but because of how crux it is on the mission for everyone, it's kind of become a point that if there is a failure, it's going to probably strengthen her, and that might be what she's actually counting on.
There is an additional thought for consideration. All efforts by the new pact, by those of us here in the Quiet Zone, and by those who are inside of the town of Redacre, are an effort to stop this conflict. It is in her best interest that it continues for as long as possible. Where you find resistance against your enemy, you will find it with her as well.
Because she's the act of losing that resistance and having it shattered.
Yes. Triumph is her bane. Hope is her weakness. Trust, cooperation, all of these things must happen for her to fall, for her to fail. If she succeeds, the rest of us are doomed.
And any fractures on that are basically invitational footholds for her to continue to muck everything around too.
Yes.
Well, no big pressure or anything. It's not like everyone's fighting all the time. Kira looks back down at the black box.
No pressure at all.
You will have to make decisions in the future, ones you did not wish to make. Be ready.
I do not believe this group is quite ready to take on the infection. Not while the confluence and its effects are still overt. But perhaps a smaller, more targeted effort can be undertaken. A victory, any victory, lies in the face of the infection, of the Reaper, and of greed. You have a choice now. Should you wish to save your friend, the eventual destruction of the tower will become more difficult. But should you succeed in doing so, it may weaken them in the long term. You have options and decisions to make. We will allow you to make those decisions.
As a question, for save your friend, is the implication there that it is Lillian or that it is Devin?
Lillian.
Okay.
You guys don't know where Devin is.
No, we have no idea.
Actually, Lincoln's going to bring that up as he looks over to Kira. Hey, did you guys find Sparrow?
I'm working on Sparrow's phone right now. It looks like there was a fight, and wherever they got taken, it was heading towards where the confluence is. So I'm trying to see if there's anything on the phone. Maybe Sparrow was recording something when they got grabbed. The phone was cracked, but if anything was getting recorded, maybe audio or video, or even just what was going on, there might be something here.
Wait,
Maybe even just what they found.
he got taken.
Who?
The dog. He's taken.
Yeah.
Oh shit. No.
Oh shit. Alright, well, that's a thing.
That's a big fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
If we have no idea where they're going, there isn't anything we can do about it yet. Yeah, it's a big problem.
I don't think you get it, kid.
Then explain it to me.
Reed has a host of my sister.
Yeah?
He's gonna pick him apart. Extract the parts of him that are my sister, and then eat them.
If we don't know where he is, we can't save him either, and that's what I'm trying to work on.
You're
I think it's
really
probably obvious where
worried
he's
about
brought.
this.
There's probably one place he was brought. Big, giant, evil guy, HQ.
Most likely.
the whole reason I'm kind of blasé about it, as you said, is because we can't afford to make a mistake. And getting emotional about it is just going to make me make a mistake.
I got news for you, kid. You keep repressing, you're gonna make mistakes anyway. You've already started. So deal with your shit. All of you.
Gene, you took out their surveillance systems, right?
Yeah.
Might take time for them to repair that. We might have an opening.
Probably. I mean, it was their whole, like, you know, a standard regular security room with all the monitors and cameras and stuff.
If we don't move soon, then one of the few voices on our side is going to be gone. Get the maps to the place, see if they indicate entrances. Don't know if they have patrol paths, but timetable just got moved up, I think.
Probably.
The pattern I observed, I sent to the group text. I don't know if you guys read it or not.
Even if it does change up, we've got the drones to move around, check the patterns, draw patrol paths, and might give us a little bit of a leg up on getting back in.
If it's infection territory, we might not want to risk the drones. But
Also, they're doing like pat downs and stuff. I don't think drones are going to help us as far as just looking outside.
Well, external patrol paths to help us get close. Once inside, it's all us.
Let me get Benji. I'll be right back.
Perhaps I could be of assistance there.
Really bad at recognizing voices.
The scholar?
That is what I am called. Yes.
There's more voices in my head than usual today.
Perhaps you should have that looked at. You need a strategist, as I have been informed. And so I am here.
Sounds good. Got a plan?
I need information. You mentioned patterns, maps.
Hey, yo, hold up. Is it? This is Chance is looking between everyone and then points at Kira. I was like, ain't this yours?
Alex is gonna kind of look over her and see if she's okay.
Kira's got a very, very kind of the confused, not okay look on her face. Like, back in Redacre, maybe? But, I don't know.
Got an idea to check how different this one is. Hey, science dude, how do you feel about optimists? So neutral.
I had a very long conversation about the merits of studying belief.
Kira just kind of exhales, and there's a lot of information, and some of it's written A lot of it's written. You're gonna need somebody to read through it, or what do you need for being able to look at information or things?
If you will allow me inside, I need only a few moments to study what you have seen.
Okay. I have a lot of it organized in a library, by the way, so mental library.
Then let us begin.
Wraith scrolls through his phone. I remember there being 6 guards at the door and the surface entrance is blocked off. There were a lot of mounds that were guys, but since the snow's melting, I'm not so sure if there's gonna still be there. Their shift changes at 11 a.m., but since we don't know what time it is, yeah.
Do we have the maps on hand?
That's gonna be Benji.
I think Specs over there was going to pick up Benji.
Yeah, Lincoln went to go wake Benji up.
Okay.
Question for the GM and also for Lincoln. Did Lincoln have a chance to look over the cancelers? I bet.
Damn, we're doing so well.
He has not had a chance to look them over.
Okay.
But it is something that can come up in conversation as he's approaching to try to wake him up.
Okay. Benji's just conked out, so you have to probably shake him awake.
Lincoln will try to shake him awake first.
Benji, roll a physique. Your stacks have dropped.
Yeah, I know.
You tranked yourself. That's sedative in you. You're able to start waking up.
Okay. Do I need to roll a will save on him because there is no saboteur deck running?
Currently, no. There are enough other voices present that it is not affecting you as severely.
Oh, thank God. But he just kind of groggily comes to, yeah, punch. Lincoln.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too.
Look, I'm working on it. You have a name. Put it with the face eventually. What's going on?
We're strategizing how we're going to take down the tower. You need those maps.
Oh, yeah. Hold on there. And Benji's gonna pull them out. One of them's on a plaque, I think. It looks... Yeah, here. Everyone back?
Sparrow and the dock went missing.
Fuck. Okay.
It's not looking great right now, but we're making a plan about how we're going to take on the tower, get them out of there, and try to redirect the signal, I think.
Okay, you want me to stay here or you want me in on it?
What about your cancelers?
I had a bad feeling about them. You doing okay enough to check them over?
Yeah.
He digs them out from the bag and offers them over to Lincoln.
Lincoln will reach and grab and inspect.
Lincoln, go ahead and roll me into mechanics, or I will allow you to roll investigate.
I will roll investigate. I would also like to
Am I allowed to boost this with Keeper of the Compendium?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can tell that the Chancellors had been in the process of beginning an infection. It left a little bit of damage. You can see some singed cords. But otherwise, they seem to be fine now. They just need to be retuned.
They're mostly fine. Let me give it to Alex or Kira real quick so they can repatch up the Chancellors, and then you'll be good to go.
Okay, thanks.
As for whether or not to come out, well, I'll put it this way. I'm not your boss. I'm going to let you make that choice yourself.
You sure you're calling the shots here?
I think we'll take a second to just breathe and then look back. Come grab something to drink and meet us by the fire, right?
Okay.
Lincoln nods and leaves the RV.
Oh, see, my brain stopped processing partially. What did Lincoln say?
Lincoln said, "You can grab something to drink and then come join us, just so you can wake up."
Okay, that's what I thought. And I'm just like, okay, hold on, let me just make sure. So Bungie is going to grab. Hopefully, there is some crappy coffee that he can have in the RV. Please, for the love of all things holy.
Roll me a random.
Oh.
Blaze it!
I feel like I should get it just because it's a 420.
Because it is a 420, I will give it to you. There is some really shitty coffee in the RV.
That's okay. He will take his really shitty coffee and then come out of the RV and just, he looks around and then just goes and heads to sit down next to Chance.
My fingers are covered in dipping sauce, so I'm just going to use Lincoln's portrait for this, but Chance will get a little close and cuddle up next to him.
If you touch the coffee before I'm awake, I will be unfortunately forced. I don't know. Something, I'll think of it later.
Charlotte returns from her walk in the woods and sits down before the fire again. And signs to everybody, you have my aid in your endeavor. And the aid of my tribe. As 10 hosts of Taste the Wind emerge from the woods.
Holy shit.
What?
Charlotte went
didn't
for a walk.
tell you guys they were always around. I mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, yeah,
That's a lot.
but we didn't expect them to be
10. That's people. That's a lot.
a lot.
I mean, they run like a pack, so yeah.
That's true.
Hey, Kira, you busy?
It's doing
You
the
can say
mental.
no.
She's doing the mental equivalent of I don't know if the scholar needs more time.
Lincoln's going to divert his attention. Alex, are you busy?
Please let me be busy with something. What do you need?
He's going to hand over the Chancellors. A couple shorter wires. Can you fix that up?
She's already going to work just focusing on that instead of trauma dumps.
Okay. Alex, go ahead and roll me a mechanics. Kira, you are still working on the black box?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll me one more mechanics.
Okay.
You got through the first level of encryption. This is a skeptic tool.
Yeah.
There are several.
Hey.
And does having a survival knife help at all with or working on mechanics? Is dealing with like cutting wires and stuff?
For the purposes of cutting wires, yes, I'll give you a +1.
Okay. Is that enough?
Yeah,
Or do I
that's
need
good.
to use Tinker? Okay, cool.
There's one more piece of bad news in all this.
Oh no. What's the news?
Your friend Sparrow went looking for my hosts. Didn't find them. I still can't feel any of them. Right
Shit.
now, I've got 2 hosts in the RQC.
Nick is
Chance
gonna look over.
and Kaede. And that's it.
So under no circumstances can these two be separated.
That's not good.
Not so much.
We divide into teams. We know who needs to go together.
Given that of the new pact, I'm the curse breaker, yeah. Which means the 2 of you, Chance and Kaede. 1, you gotta stick together or I'm gonna die. And 2, I'm gonna need you to be doing the curse breaking.
Curse breaking?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
You're gonna need to use the old tongue. But I know, you're not great at it. You'll learn.
I was on the moon, by the way. It just says randomly.
Wait, hold up. What?
Where were you on the moon?
Last night. And Mother took me to the moon. Actually didn't have to fight Don Provolone this time, so it was a lot great.
It's a
Why'd you go to the moon?
It's considerably quieter without Great there. While many of my hosts are not yet present, those who are have a job to do.
Hooray, job! What's the job?
The binding of Great.
Ah, yes.
Or, in this case, rebinding.
I don't know a lot about Old Tongue, but she's been teaching me. So we'll have that in our back pockets at least.
Hey
Well,
kid, there's one more thing you might want to mention.
Fine. Everyone deserves the truth. So let's. Yeah. I didn't think it'd be a big detail to me need to be mentioned, but I decided that I can't do this by myself. Been working with Bells for a while now, but decided we're just gonna make it a bit more of a solid deal. So, I'm hosting her.
I am honestly shocked, but not surprised.
You want us to not tell the skeptics when we get them back?
I have a feeling I'm not going to be welcomed back anyway after all this, so it's fine. At this point, I just want to make sure they're safe. They can still work as hard as they can. And I want to know why my dad was involved with them. If they don't want me in their services anymore after that, that's fine.
I mean, seems like rational quest to me. I don't see why they want you back, but you know more about them than I do. Can we keep the tinfoil like charm though in the window of the Camino? It looks really good there.
Yes, times and all that. There is more, though.
There is another important detail that we need to mention. I had a call with Ambria earlier, and we found out the song bomb cannot be recorded. It needs to be done live.
How many does it take to pull it off?
Ambria and her crew are going to be working on it on the inside.
So what do we need to do out here for that to happen?
First things first, get the radio down.
Hmm.
Clear the
So
towers
either
and-
way, gotta walk into the obvious trap.
Isn't there something about if you know it's a trap, as long as you can figure out where the trap's supposed to be, you can spring it when you want to, though?
I was thinking more of we could always use it to our advantage. If they think we don't know it's a trap, and we pretend we don't know it's a trap, you know?
An ambush isn't a very good ambush if your target knows you're there and waiting.
Not this? Well, as long as we can.
So we're gonna take down the signal, override it, and use it to transmit the Old Tongue live.
Just about the gist of it.
You guys know what you need to do. However, you also know that what you're getting ready to do is incredibly dangerous, and you're going to need a little bit more in the way of supplies. Alex is only partway finished working on the jammers. Kira is also working on those jammers, but Kira's also working on something that could give you an edge as to what you're about to fight. You know that the Dead is in the tower. That you know for certain. You know that Greed is probably around. You don't know who else is allied with them. And so you have a couple of things that you need to do at this point. First and foremost, you need to determine whether or not you can get any information off of Sparrow's phone that will help you get through the tower. And secondly, you need the supplies to get in and out. You know for a fact that the longer you spend inside, the more susceptible you are to Circle the Dead's control. That is what happened to you last time, and it will happen again if you don't go in prepared. So right now you have an opportunity. Research and scavenging. You need more supplies. I won't make anybody roll an insight for this. You guys know for a fact that you don't yet have the supplies to be able to mount an assault. You are vastly outnumbered. You are vastly outgunned.
GM, can I roll for knowing how to make something?
What do you want to make?
Localized EMP?
Roll me a mechanics and a lore. I will take the higher of the two.
Can I boost on either of those or just flats?
Let's do flats for now, and if you don't meet the requirement, I will allow you to boost after the fact.
Okay, I will do mechanics first and then lore.
Mm-hmm. With your mechanics roll, yes. You know how you can make an EMP. You also know that you do not have the parts.
No, but knowing is half the battle.
Knowing is half the battle, yes.
So GM, with
Yes.
that, with the gas run, were Wraith and Baxter able to see like any other buildings they could possibly scavenge from, or if like they can go back and get more stuff?
Roll me a random and a notice. Both Baxter and Wraith, you can do this. Roll me a random and a notice.
Okie dokie.
Roll me the random again.
Oh, God!
Oh, that's close to the line, buddy.
But it's technically high!
It's technically high, and it is not a tick. You are very fortunate.
Oh, holy shit.
Just dance around that bitch.
Can I boost it with hold on. I want to boost it if possible with we are all we have.
I will allow it. Go ahead and burn the fate and boost.
Okay, so that'll make it a 4.
The place that you had gone to get gas was not even big enough to have been a village. However, it had been the kind of tiny, like, hole-in-the-wall town. It had a gas station, a post office, and a general store. You know that it's pretty well guarded by Speak as One, but you did not see terribly many patrols at the general store. Most of the patrols were guarding the gas. So you know that that is one place that you could have gone to scavenge for extra supplies.
What could we possibly recall about where Damien, Charlotte, and Kira stopped over?
It-
Especially because that place had sunlight.
It had sunlight, but also that place was very much under the control of Speak as One, and they were very aware of your presence almost immediately. Trying to go back there is... I will as a GM tell you that going back there will be unwise.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit too guarded.
Especially after they discovered that you were there in the first place, yes.
What about from the maps and things that Sparrow has had around? Are any of those still with the supplies that we have in
No.
camp? Okay.
No, they went with the skeptics.
Let me ask this question real quick.
Mhm.
Can Lincoln help with deciphering the black box as a Dead Skeptic member?
In this case, no, because Sparrow had her own brand of encryption on this thing. It was separate from the rest of what the skeptics were using as a standard. Sparrow went kind of the extra mile here.
Okay.
Was my 6 on the mechanics for that enough?
You were able to get through the next layer. There is another underneath it.
Do I need to roll mechanics again?
Yes, you do.
Uh,
The difficulty for the final is 6, just as an FYI.
I'm going to boost again. Can I use the It's from class, didn't you take that workshop to help boost essentially hacking?
You'll allow it. Go ahead and boost with a +2. Burn the fate.
Is this one where I need to do the boost in advance, or can I also possibly add after, depending on the roll?
Either or. You can boost in advance or you can boost after the fact. You cannot do both. After the fact, you could boost in advance and then re-roll after the fact if it's not high enough, but that's all you could do.
Okay. Oh, thank God.
Hooray!
Okay. You get through the last one. You break through the black box finally and hook up the phone, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. As you do so, the phone's screen begins to flicker, and then a video starts playing immediately.
Can Kira, the black box has a screen on it, right?
Yes, it does.
Cool. Kira's gonna, hey guys, there's something on Sparrow's phone.
Ling is gonna immediately make his way over.
Who all is going to watch the video on the phone?
Alex will.
Wraith is going to watch.
Okay. Anybody else?
Benji is finishing his coffee right now.
Okay. Jean and Kaede, are either of you going to go watch the video, or are you guys doing something else?
No, I guess I'll go.
Okay, Kaede, you go to watch the video. What about you, Jean?
It's not Blade or Underworld, but it's a video.
This is a bunch of kids crowding around a phone. This is not unusual for you guys.
Well, she's
Last time I did this was when Die For You died.
The black hit me up on the black box screen.
The black box screen is not much bigger.
I mean, it's not cracked.
That's true, but it's still not much bigger.
Yeah, but it's at least not cracked. And that's the important part.
I mean, the last time I did this was when Kira was like trying to open that one phone, and I think Zeke saw her.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah, there was that.
Aurelia, are you going to watch the video, or are you wandering off?
I'm probably just sitting around trying to figure out how to just drop the bombshell, even though most people already know that part.
Call Uncle Fuzz and make him do it.
Oh my god.
Not again.
That name, though.
Those of you who are crowded around the black box as the video starts playing, you witness as the video flickers to life and suddenly there is chaos. You hear screams in the background. You recall that Sparrow's caravan, including Devin, had been 4 vehicles, each of which was carrying probably up to 20 different people. Skeptics and their extended allies, some of them being hosts to Face the Fray, some of them having been hosts of the Martyr, and, you know, the dead skeptics themselves. And you see what effectively looks like a war zone as flashes are going off. You hear what sounds like, you're not sure if it's gunfire, but that's what it sounds like. You hear Sparrow breathing heavily as she is sprinting. You hear her say, "Doc, stay close to me," and she's running through the woods. It seems that she had the phone in her breast pocket as she was running to try to record what was going on so that if something happened, a record remained. You hear in the background as Devin screams, you hear a body hit the ground. You see Sparrow turn and a tranq dart is protruding from Devin's back. You hear Sparrow curse under her breath and rush, and you see her rush to stand between a figure with bright yellow eyes that you can't see the face of and Devin. You see them get into a fight. Alex, Baxter, Kaede. Chance, are you here?
Chance is not. Lincoln is.
Okay. Lincoln and Wraith, all of you roll me a will save.
Does Kira need to as well?
Yes, you do now, actually.
How is Alex's will doing with everything going on?
You're not feeling awesome, but oh.
Please re-roll that.
A fucking crit fail.
Oh my god.
Does it have to be a disadvantage for Alex?
For this one, no. This is just for the effect of the video.
Can I invoke no, I already used mission before trauma. Hold on.
Hold on a moment. You crit failed.
Yeah.
You can re-roll, however.
Yeah. Oh no! Why did the omen counter go up?
On a critical failure, where you receive 4 negatives in a roll, it will increase the omen counter.
Yeah, I'm bad.
Ah,
Now we know.
holy shit.
You may re-roll if you'd like. I would. A boost is not gonna cut it.
Can I re-roll with I can't keep losing them?
Yes, you can. Please don't roll another crit.
I'm gonna try, okay? Here we go, it's a positive.
It's 4 better than your last roll.
Yeah.
And it was neutral. Yeah. Okay. Lincoln, you're all right? Kira?
Yes.
Actually, let me go through the people who are okay first. Friday, you feel... You almost feel as though roll the dice in your head recoils at what happens. Wraith? It feels like the bottom of the floor has dropped out below you and you're falling. You have a hard time catching your breath. Lincoln, you're okay. We'll come back to you, Kira. Baxter.
Huh?
It's almost like, actually, both Baxter and Alex, both of you feel like this. You feel as though you're standing on the edge of a cliff for a moment, and if you've ever had the vertigo of looking down and the bottom of whatever you're looking down towards is too far to fathom, that's what you feel right now. Kira.
Yeah.
Your heart skips a beat. You have a hard time drawing breath. The gold eyes of the dark figure in the video turns up to stare at you, not the camera, you. It looks through the camera and fixes its eyes on yours. You cannot break eye contact.
Does Alex notice this?
You don't. You're busy having your own existential nightmare.
Will Lincoln?
Hey.
Lincoln, you can. In the video, the figure looks into the camera for a moment as if knowing that the camera is there. The figure is dark. You cannot make out any features. It's almost impossible to even see the shape of the body. They stride almost casually towards Sparrow. You do not hear a voice, but Sparrow answers, "I'm not letting you take him." The video begins to fuzz out and fade. Static sort of washes over the screen of the black box. And Kira, the eyes are still staring into your soul. Lincoln, you can act now.
As it's... Do I sense any connection to it? Like an infectious connection?
It's very distant. Almost as if it's by proxy and not directly through the figure that you're looking at, if that makes sense.
I think it does. So essentially, like, it knows that we're watching it, but it doesn't exactly know where we're watching it. It just knows that it's been opened. Something like that?
Yes.
I think it's going to move to close the screen.
As Lincoln closes the screen, all of you snap out of the sort of trance that you had been in watching what was happening. As the figure had been advancing on Sparrow and had reached for Sparrow, you saw her attempt to fight back, and you saw her failing as Lincoln closes the screen.
Can Kira breathe again?
Kira, you can breathe. All of you snap out of it.
Feel great.
Kira kind of snaps and staggers back and takes a couple of really sharp, short breaths. And then unplugs the phone from the black box.
Okay. One way or the other, what you guys did see was that the convoy that Sparrow had been running had been somehow, at some point, under attack by Greed and other unknown parties, likely the infection as well. Whatever happened after that, you're not sure, but Sparrow definitely lost that fight. You saw that happening as the screen had closed. Sparrow and Devin have definitely been taken. And if you had to take a guess, actually, those of you who want to try to make some conclusions from the video, you may go ahead and roll me an insight.
Can Kira, or am
Roll a
I...
will save first.
Would I be able to apply proof with evidence with this?
Yes, you can.
That's a 2.
I am going to
Two is
re-roll
down
that
the
with
fucking
Ace
board.
Attorney.
Okay. Go ahead and burn the fate.
Can I still try an insight?
You're gonna roll your insight at disadvantage.
Okay.
But you can roll it. Garrett and Lincoln, the two of you can, from the video, kind of make the conclusion that it was definitely Greed, it was definitely the Eidolon, but judging from the unusual static, you've seen the Eidolon take over things before. The static pattern was different, and so somebody else was also there. You're not sure who it was, but you know that there is a third party that is working with the Eidolon in some capacity. You cannot make a conclusion as to who that was. You did not get enough information.
It's a running theory.
So there were 3? Because more than just the 2, right?
The static was different. Like, I could tell it was it, but it wasn't the same. It was basically like it was being reached out by a proxy.
Did he stare at anyone else?
No.
Okay.
That concerning, though.
Kaede. Roll me one more will save. The flash hits you for a moment. You've seen that before, but not in the video. Memories of another host of Roll the Dice trickle into your mind, and you remember exactly that scenario. Not exactly with Sparrow, but you remember something like it having happened to the other hosts of Roll the Dice. And that memory trickles into your mind.
This has happened before?
Yes.
This has happened before. I saw this before.
When?
happened to other RTD hosts. I know when.
Roll me one more will save.
Wait, that's supposed to be a 3. My bad.
Go ahead and reroll.
Okay.
You feel that it was recently, as in within the last 2 weeks, as far as you can tell, but even that is kind of difficult because time is what even?
Within the last 2 weeks, at least.
Do you think that's what happened to the other hosts that were supposed to be with us?
Is that what I saw when I picked up my fragment?
It could have been. It could have been a warning left behind for you to find.
Could have. I think the same thing happened when I picked up my fragment. I think it could be a warning.
So, gonna need a lot more supplies.
If we make some specific shopping lists, I could make an EMP.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still good to scout and scavenge.
Me too.
We could make small groups, maybe? Chance and Coyote can't be split up, so if you're going, then Mop Bucket over there has to come too.
I mean, I can either make a shopping list but yeah, with Coyote, we should also probably split some fighters because we might want to make sure that we kind of make sure they both come back.
Here's the problem though. Like, I don't think I'm 100% to be able to do all this scavenging stuff. I really don't.
I don't want to stay here and do research.
And I don't want to risk our necks going to a place where we can get caught and lose Boss Man.
Got a point, Coyote.
So it looks like Coyote is gonna have to twiddle her thumbs this time.
Not to say that, but like, we need someone here to make sure the researchers are safe.
That's true.
So
Wendy
I
said
sit
that.
here and do nothing.
Yes.
Baxter,
Well,
you're not doing nothing. If
Has
we're not
anybody
here,
ever told you that you have the social graces of a rock?
I mean, you could work on your
Don't
ability.
Benji just kind of puts a finger up in there. I mean, he's kind of right. Plus, also, isn't there something you need to work on for the gambler, Coyote?
Not really. Not that I can think of.
I mean,
I haven't had to get my frustrations out, which is why I wanted to go scavenge, but I can stay here.
you have
Could
to look at
you-
this whole curse breaking thing.
Here's the deal. You're gonna be in danger one way or the other. We're in Talking Heads country. You stay here, you're probably gonna end up in a fight. You go, you're probably gonna end up in a fight. So, pick your poison, all of you. Doesn't matter where you go. They're watching. And they want my ass dead. Period.
Well, we can't have that going on, Dice Daddy.
You know, I think I prefer blackjack and hookers, honestly.
Coming from your mouth, that's what I'll use, and you said it, and I have witnesses. Yeah. So we need fighters to stay here. We need fighters to go out.
Alex,
Okay.
looks like Kira. If you get the supply list together, I'll know what to look for.
I can write out a supply list for building EMPs. And then
There
I can
is
put down here.
one other thing that you guys are aware of that you're going to need to do.
Yes, and all of the information that we have to.
You have a lot of information to go through, so your researchers need to do something and your scavengers need to do something. You also kind of need to outfit your vehicles to be able to do an infiltration.
I'm gonna stay behind to work on the Camino.
Are you saying that we need to rob more of my trucks?
Oh, I thought we were gonna make a battering ram. I was a little bit more disappointed now.
Actually, I was kind of indicating that you could put a fucking plow on the front of the RV, but
battering ram, let's go!
As long as it's not stealing more of my trucks, sure, let's do it.
Not your trucks.
I mean, we'll have to steal a truck with a plow on it, so.
They're my trucks, man, bitch.
Wow,
needs
that
to be-
wasn't even in character. Thanks.
That needs to be clipped.
So you have a lot of things that you need to do. Your assault on the tower, you know you're not going to be able to get in there quietly. The number of you that are good at stealth is not high. Let me just put that out there. You guys are bad at it.
I have a vision for the mission.
Even
And
better,
I
I
want
failed
to
you with
accomplish
stealth
it.
last time.
Yeah, the stealthiest person on the scavenging team was Kaede. Let me just put that out there.
And she did not stealth for long.
Kaede spent most of that run playing Dead by Daylight with Henry. Sorry, Unalive by Dawn.
I
With the
have
axe
an
murderer.
idea.
You know what? I fucking won too.
You did. You didn't die. That is winning in that case.
I got all 5 generators.
Winning
and
is a
got
lot.
out.
Winning is living, not aliving.
Got all 5 generators and got out without being hooked.
Oh, all right. Well, you have an idea, Lincoln?
I do. I think, for the sake of trying to split the teams for their best synergy, Kira, Lincoln, Kaede, Alex, and Chance should stay here, focus on research and protecting the researchers, working on the cars with what materials we have. Everyone else needs to go out, scavenge, pick up supplies.
I will tell you, as the GM, you guys know that even though you have been relatively safe up until this point, you haven't had patrols come by yet, and that's going to happen. So more likely than not, anybody who stays at the camp is going to have to be playing active interference with the chorus as they're roaming the woods looking for your ass. Anybody who goes scavenging is going to have to play the sneaky game.
Oh, I'm gonna get to hit something.
Either way, someone's getting punched, yes.
Okay, that's
Well,
all I care
guess
about. As long as I can
I'm-
punch somebody.
Okay.
Could we
Baxter's
split
staying at
half
the
of the
RV.
tracker hosts to help us?
Baxter, you're a great distraction. You're going on the scavenging hunt.
Okay, I'm going on the scavenging hunt.
So, who else? Am I the only fighter that's staying, or am I gonna have somebody
I'm
with
still
me?
here.
Chance?
Excuse you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Alex is a
Okay.
sharpshooter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
not a fighter. That's a shooter.
That's still
That's
fighting.
still useful.
That's still people not getting into your camp because they've been shot.
And Kira's actually got a 2-inch shoot as well. Plus, with the crossbow, actually makes it higher. So
You should
it's not-
probably focus on doing the nerd
Oh.
things.
Oh no, she's gonna focus on the nerd things, but like
You know-
everyone's got some back carry.
I totally forgot. Baxter has a shoot in 3.
You're telling me this entire time? This entire time?
Yes.
Take the freaking +1 compound bow. And give me the supplies to make it +2 for you.
Okay.
I
But-
feel like oh, never mind.
No, go
What were
ahead.
you saying?
I feel like you should have gave it to Wraith when he offered to trade so he can shoot things because he has a 4-inch shoot, but you know that's just me.
Well, then if Wraith has a 4,
There-
then give me
Wraith
Alex
has a hunting rifle.
No, you guys realize that Alex got a bunch of bows, right?
I
Wraith
got 3.
gun.
I got 3 compound bows, and those are +1.
And
If you
again,
give
We
me
have
the-
one now.
again, Wraith, you have a gun.
He keeps returning the gun to Lincoln because it's technically Lincoln's gun.
You have a
gonna-
gun.
He's going to give
Shit.
that over to you
Okay, then I'll take
because
the
it's
gun.
it's just going to gather dust because it was for Lillian,
So
who
let me
is
just
currently in
highlight-
agony right now.
Let me just highlight, Wraith, you have a gun.
Wraith has a gun.
Wraith has a gun. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Tap yes. Tap Y for yes.
Yep.
Did I get a baseball bat out
Uh,
the Walco?
You never put the one down that you had, so yeah, you've got a bat.
That means she has
Okay.
a bat and like 4 balls.
Yeah, and I have those softballs too, right?
You do have softballs, yes.
Okay, cool.
So, for the weapons and stuff, might need to mention those IC. So remember, we had a bunch of people straggle back at different times too.
Yeah, Alex is currently your quartermaster. She has weapons.
I got mine.
Question: how much would the knife give? Would it be a +1 as well?
The knife is if you have a proficient. So knives are different from bows. Bows are aiding you actively in being able to shoot something because you're using it as a shooting implement and you're not throwing something. With a knife,
Mhm.
you're still just swinging it around. If you
Would
have
that'd still be a fight?
it's still a fight. The knife itself does not give you a +1 to your fight roll. The knife will give you a +1 to the shifts if you hit. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, what,
Because you're doing
wait,
extra
so
damage.
if we were to like block with the knife, would that go for physique because you're actually blocking with something, or no?
If you're using a knife to block with physique, it depends on what you're blocking. Like, you can't really use a knife to block, like, a bullet.
Oh no, this is not a Jeffrey Wick movie.
But if you're defending against another fight weapon of some kind, so like a knife, a sword, whatever, a bat, etc., then you would get a plus to your physique if you're defending with it, not for the attack.
Okay,
But
yeah.
if I'm getting a +2 for shoot, I'll take the compound bow.
Cool. What is it, Raven?
Is it a wood baseball bat or is it an aluminum
It's wood.
baseball bat?
It's wood.
Oh.
Well, maybe you should have dodged Henry's axe and picked it up on your way out.
Henry still has
Let
it.
me ask you a question.
Henry's also
No.
still out there.
Aluminum bats hit harder though.
They
always
also
go back-
break easier.
You can go
That's
back
true.
to Walco and ask Henry for an aluminum bat.
I'm not asking Henry for
Did
anything.
you just say axe Henry for an aluminum bat?
Yep,
Yes.
Yes, he did.
I
We're
did
just
that.
gonna go ignore that.
Let's just add a. So that bumps our meme omens to 11.
Boo.
I regret nothing.
What does that give me?
The bat gives you a +1.
+1 to my fight.
It gives you a +1 after you've hit to the damage that you've done.
Okay.
So if you hit with the fight, so the fight is to actually actively hit, and then
Okay.
the bat gives you extra damage.
Okay. That's...
Let me increase your omen counter for the memes.
Wait, what?
No,
Meme
not the
omens.
real one.
You have meme omens. Were
yes.
you
Oh.
fucking unconscious when I explained what omens were?
Yes.
Probably.
No. I was there for the omens. but
Okay,
not the meme
good.
ones.
Speaking of the meme omens, do I need
Are they-
to do something for my Slash Street Boy character?
What?
We'll do that. We'll do that later.
We'll talk about
Okay.
So, what would we call them moments?
moments.
Moments. Good moments.
Sounds like a mad cow disease.
Moomans?
Moments.
Yes, Aubrey.
So the question is TMC rifling through everything in the library right now?
Yes.
All
That
right.
include Walker?
Are we about to find out that Kira knows all the old tongue?
We'll have the discussion about what happens when TMC encounters Walker later.
Oh, goody.
great.
As long as he actually comes out.
I just want to know if he's impressed with the fact that there's like an organization and a card catalog.
He is alarmed and impressed.
He's alarmed and impressed and dies on his way out.
Why
That's how
is
it
he
goes.
alarmed?
That a kid is in possession of all this information. It took
Right
the
out, is
time.
that what you said?
He's alarmed and he dies on his way out. Sunrise, sunset.
TMC has arrived. TMC has died.
Hero, what happened to Magic Cuts, man? He went inside my head and never came out. He must have got lost in the library. That back aisle, man.
Oh, you want to give her guilt trips of, oh no, I killed a voice on accident.
See,
Tara,
you had to take it to a scary place, didn't you?
you've used my doom already, right? The free one at the start of session.
No, I haven't.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
But wait, there's more.
So this popped a meme into my head, and then we're gonna take a quick break while we figure out who's going where. Have you guys ever played Dead Rising, where you've gone to find people, and it's like you have found so and so, and then immediately so and so has died?
Yes.
Yes.
Like,
All the time.
All right, why don't we go ahead and take a real quick break so we can figure out whose teams are what and give everybody a moment to get up and stretch, because it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes and the session started with a level 10 hype train and then has just proceeded nonstop with trauma dumping. So we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
All right.
We will be right back.
Trauma.
Wow.
I'm glad Chad didn't hear that shit. We're back.
I'm kind of upset that it's not on record.
Right? I'm kind of upset too,
Can't
Gene.
tell how many more minutes until I have to go get my stuff out the oven because I can't read it from here. But I think it's close, like 2 or so. So I might have to run and do
No
that.
worries. You guys aren't going to be doing much intensive right this moment.
You need to get a pair of binoculars so you can see it from where you are.
You know, that's
Christ.
an idea.
Use a cell phone, take a picture, zoom in.
See what time it is.
Chad has no idea what I'm going through right now.
I mean, I could get them up to speed if you want.
Sure, go ahead and give the recap of what happened on break.
Yeah, so
Apparently, Kaide's single.
Mm-mm.
I mean, if that's how you,
It
if that's
is
how
a
you want it.
polyamorous relationship, apparently.
Polyamorous.
Yo.
Apparently.
Listen, if that's how you want to take it, you do you, Bubba.
I'm going to get my cheese sticks.
You get
So
your juice.
apparently,
Wraith cuddles Lincoln when he isn't looking.
When he isn't looking,
when-
aka when he's unconscious.
Listen,
Yeah.
hey, the man was in a lot of shock, so Wraith gave him a good huggle.
And then continued to snuggle.
Yeah, I mean, he had to fall asleep somehow.
a bromance as old as time.
Exactly.
Apparently.
As old as time.
Don't you be jealous.
I'm in a polyamorous relationship that I didn't know about.
Apparently not.
I mean,
Believe me, I'm in the same boat. Lincoln
listen,
doesn't even.
Just let it happen, man. Just let it happen.
I need to inform you, Kaede, that having a heterosexual life partner does not require consent.
What?
Oh, wait.
Oh
hold
my
on,
God.
hold on. What?
Only one side needs to be aware of the relationship. It's fine.
Wait, no!
Cool.
She caught him in the
Moving
Camino.
on.
It wasn't him.
Anyways,
Anyways, here's Wonderwall.
I've got a shot of rum and I already need another one.
I'm not getting a hail Satan just from the trauma we're doing.
Just for
I'm
fun,
psychic damage to the
just for
GM.
giggles, I'm gonna see what would happen if I rolled a hail Satan for you guys right now.
Do it. I dare you. You won't.
Oh, that's not too bad usually.
Don't say that quite so fast.
I thought. Oh no, that might be just outside of the weather change.
Is it worse than being chased by 8 shapes?
That is just outside of the weather change.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna tell you what it is because this was for giggles.
I know. I just have memorized the bracket the weather change occurs in.
There are actually 2 brackets that the weather change occurs in.
You know, we've only seen the exact same one.
Mm-hmm.
Because you all roll like shit.
Excuse me.
Look who's fucking talking.
Yeah, my omen. It's fine.
Yeah.
I've never seen that 23 before in my life.
I have screenshot proof I took myself of my 0. Okay, I know I can roll terribly.
You know what? At least you haven't summoned the devil yourself.
Not yet.
Yet is the operative word here. Anyway.
We get a Hail Satan summon sin. It's fine.
Look, it was one time.
No, it was not. I'm pretty sure you got the same 23 2 sessions in a row.
It's because she keeps denying him. He just wants some love. He just wants to be a part of the bromance.
That bromance is a special thing between you and Lincoln, though.
It is.
Nothing can come between that, not even RNG.
Not even RNG.
Anyways, how are you guys doing?
I didn't think I was going to finish this bottle of rum tonight. I might have been wrong.
You know, it's a bad time to like reminisce and realize that the song "It Wasn't Me" by Shaggy and Rick Rock came out in the year 2K. YZK. So this song is available to
Hell
for us to
yeah!
spoof.
Oh my god.
Fuck yeah!
God damn it.
That is not a song Alex has on our playlist.
That's not.
Okay, Gene might have.
Gene might have
probably
what?
heard it. Gene might have heard it from his dad.
Wow.
Does Gene remember the actual name of the song, or has he like spoofed it?
He probably will. He probably will spoof it. I can't guarantee what it will be, but
I can.
when
I
it-
can,
when the-
I
when-
can, I can think of what it was. And I think I can think of the voice that you can talk to it about.
What?
Yeah.
Wasn't me kind of loosely translates to not I, doesn't it?
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
yeah.
Oh.
Not I.
Don't make that into an anthem for setting things on fire, please, and thank you.
I mean,
What is the answer for setting things
Wait,
on
hold
fire?
on. I'm not the TM right now. Do it now. Yes.
it's up to you guys. In any case,
Yeah, I can hear the temptation tease in your voice. It's the
I
same
mean,
thing that it's the same tone that I give you and then you give me shit for.
last time we set things on was
The last time something got caught on fire, 3 people died.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
yeah, the
He's
time
And
before
it's
that.
also within the past 24 hours.
You guys have
Yeah.
a really bad track record with fire. Let me just put that out there.
We really
Listen,
do.
that Lucid could have lived had he stopped, dropped, and rolled properly.
Please don't
He
put
fell
that.
into a gorge.
So the issue was he did stop and he did drop. He did not roll.
See,
I mean, he did hit the fucking side.
That's
Please
true.
please don't set things on fire around Alex right now.
There were some
I'm sure she'll be fine. She's
Perhaps
seen worse.
don't set things on fire around yourselves. Just, a thought.
How about no?
It's not fire. It's just reheated wheat bread. Is all it is.
Also, I just want to say, Benji's happy that RTD was just like door kicker. Benji's just like,
Lord.
yeah.
Hey,
not fire,
speaking of
it's just-
Benji. She's just gonna poke Benji.
What?
You're still in your stalker clothes.
Yeah. What about it?
We don't want that.
Is that why there was a bunch of stuff next to the pillow?
Yeah, don't you remember?
No.
Okay, look. I'm not saying it looks terrible on you,
That's exactly.
but you look like shit.
I mean, I think he looks good in the red in the bunny.
The adults are talking.
I don't have to make
You also look like you work for the Talking Head still, which right now you're not. So one, it kind of makes you stick out like a sore thumb, and two, if the other Lucids and Sleepers show up, and it's in the middle of a hailstorm, they're probably gonna shoot you, and I honestly kind of don't want that. So I am asking you, with all the power of my heart, please go back inside into the RV and just try on some of those clothes I gave you, just to change it up.
Are you wearing shoes?
Yes, I'm wearing shoes. Damn foot prisons.
You foot what?
Go. Change.
I mean, I agree with them on that one, but it's still better than the glass and the feet.
Benji just stares at his coffee cup, and there's this look on his face of there is no alcohol in here, so I have to be sober for this.
F.
Wraith is gonna look at Kaede again. So, like, when did Jean become Irish?
This face.
What?
He's one of the judge, the bandhammer. I thought it was Irish only thing.
Fucking bandhammer.
Kaede looks really confused. I don't know if I should be offended by that or not. I mean, it's not my voice, but that's kind of like stereotyping, babe.
Wait, did you just call Face the Fray the Banhammer?
I did.
Okay, carry on.
He's gonna point to Damien. He's like, look, listen. All right. Science dictates if something happens in a specific pattern, it normally sticks with that pattern. Jean might be Irish. Maybe that's why his eyes are brown.
Not all Face the Fray. Anyway, they're not all Irish. Wraith.
So Jean's not Irish.
I don't know if he's Irish.
He's gonna look, Jean, are you Irish?
Jean, who definitely
What?
does not look Irish.
Gene does definitely, decidedly not look Irish. As a 4'9", maybe 9.5 Asian boy, he does not look Irish.
That Damien just pipes up. He's like, lad, that's kind of racist.
That's
Friend
why I'm
Percy is a Face
asking.
the Fray host, and she is not Irish.
Wraith looks at her and is like, okay, so I didn't know that. I'm just going by my observation.
Okay, but Damien's kind of right.
Is it
little.
racist if I ask for confirmation?
I mean, depending on who you're asking. Yeah,
Well, like,
just a little bit.
I mean, would you be less offended or more? Would you be less offended or more offended if I'd asked you first?
Damien just kind of looks up and down, holds on to his ivy cap.
Percy is very much not Irish. So.
I don't know who Percy is, so that point is mute to me.
From inside of the RV, you just hear, Chance, what the fuck?
I'm just saying, the Van Hammer would very much make a great Queen of Ireland. Just saying.
Okay,
I would
well, I
love to
agree
hear her
with-
reaction to that.
Hold on. Did you say Queen of Ireland?
Yeah, maybe. I don't
Damien just face bumps. Ah, boy, here we go.
Hmm.
You make a good queen. I mean, maybe they need a little extra law and a little more whiskey, and then yeah.
What?
Lad,
I don't
let me
know.
ask you this: are you Chinese?
I honestly don't know.
But
I think you are because you're basically digging a hole there.
I gotta get up. I can't do this.
Now that one was racist.
go on.
I don't have words.
Oh my god!
You okay, Gene?
No, I walked out of my room and I went back in.
I can't breathe.
I don't.
I'm not ashamed to be of this.
Oh my god! Oh,
I don't have words.
yeah, we love 2007, don't we?
Jesus fuck.
Just go on with the mission, maybe.
Just die. Anyway, so what fucking year is it again?
2007.
Yeah. Benji eventually comes back and he is not wearing the almost lucid outfit. Chance, what the fuck?
Wait, what's he wearing?
How bad is it?
Would you like to describe your attire, Benji?
Yes. He has a V-neck shirt over which there is a hoodie. There's a Marty McFly kind of thin puff vest for insulation, and then he has jeans on.
I love it.
None of it is color matched.
I love it even more.
Will you please describe the colors you have?
No! I won't! You can't make me!
I can, no. Benji, tell us what colors you're wearing.
Well, he has the red scarf. He's got dark denim blue jeans on. He's still got the black lucid boots underneath the blue jeans. The shirt's fucking. You said the vest is some shade of orange. The hoodie is like a general black, and then
No, I said the vest was brown.
oh god, the vest is brown. Oh fuck me. The vest is brown. The hoodie was some general black, and then I think the shirt was orange or something.
Why does he look like a pack of peanuts?
Okay, to be fair, man, to be fair, it was in the dark, and we had to hurry the fuck out of there. I was kind of on a rush spree, like it's Black Friday, so...
I mean, if
Hey,
we
Benji?
get him some...
Benji, roll me a random.
Uh-huh.
Did he get the actual sizes right?
Benji, the shirt
they're
is
both
mustard
generally
yellow.
the same size, so...
The shirt is
wait.
mustard yellow.
Oh,
If we get him
That's-
some gloves
I
and a
hate
hat,
it
he'll look
so
like
much.
Discount Ash Ketchum. I feel like we can go with the Ash Ketchum look.
Alex slowly picks up her phone and takes a picture discreetly.
Benji just kind of with a look on his face of I saw that.
And she sends it to Kira.
Give us a pose.
I'm not gonna say the first thing that came to my head on that. No.
You don't look bad. Granted, we're gonna have a little bit of a hard time stealthing, but hey, you
gotta
don't look bad.
Oh,
I mean, I think he
no.
looks. I think he looks better.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Your shirt is interesting.
You really want to bring that up? I'm out of coffee. I had
Blackjack and
myself to
hookers, you
sleep.
could have avoided this. You let this happen.
Damn it! If only Deadpool was out, the movie was out, so I could make that reference.
Apparently, it happens on your shirt.
Oh. See, I was trying to think of a word or phrase to describe the emotions that come from whenever I look at this outfit, but I can't.
I'm working on updating the Benji reference now that he has this disaster of an outfit. Like the outfit doesn't look bad; it's just all the colors.
Yeah, that's what it's like. It's not bad. It's not.
It's just the colors are.
If we got matching colors, I'm sure we could fix this.
I can just put my other clothes back on.
No. Nice try though. We just need to match you up, but for what it is and the situation, you look good.
I'm gonna get Izzy to tie dye your old clothes.
Oh, we could dye his clothes. I have dye
Izzy,
left.
Izzy pokes her head out of the RV. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have dye left.
And she runs over.
Please no.
She looks so happy, Benji. Are you gonna tell her no? This small child
Why?
We'll
has
save.
so
We'll-
little to look forward to.
We'll save.
Staring at Izzy, and then he turns to look at Jean.
Jean's like hunched over, like crowding around behind someone. 2 thumbs up.
It's like the fucking hiccup meme.
Yeah, really. Go ahead.
Izzy picks up your clothes and runs into the RV with them.
They're gonna be a work of art.
Wraith is gonna follow her, and he's got like red dye and black dye and purple dye, and he's gonna give them all to her. It's like, here you go.
He's gonna have the coolest lucid-looking outfit afterwards. That he can cut into, I don't know, maybe a jacket. It'll look kind of stylish then.
And some of it's hair dye and shouldn't even be on the clothes, but he's gonna give her that too.
You can dye fabric with hair dye. It's a textile equivalent dish.
Just keep the bottom half of it. He can have a hip cape.
He's gonna give him give her all the.
Why?
She's gonna have fun.
Izzy has her art kit. She has lots of colors.
It's gonna be wonderful.
Benji just takes off his glasses, drags his hand down his face.
He's so happy. There's probably gonna be a mess when she's done, but she's so happy.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, she's really.
Look, maybe it'll be stylish.
Let's have
Maybe
a
she'll
really
discover some creative voice that gives her inspiration or whatever, and you can have the best looking former Lucid clothes in the world or something. I don't know.
Benji is like in physical distress levels of I can't believe this.
fine. She'll do great.
Aurelia. As Izzy is running into the RV, she runs up to you first and hands you a little necklace with a Hunt the Strong symbol with the Doki Doki eyes on it. And she runs back into the RV.
Oh my god.
Let's go!
Hold on, I have an emoji for this. Alex, your mic.
Actually, is Charlotte still around?
Charlotte is still around. She is sitting by the fire, drinking terrible coffee.
She must think that we're all crazy.
She's seen a
So
lot of shit in her years. This is pretty normal.
Okay.
After Wraith gives Izzy access to all the dies, he's going to go over to her and see if she's okay, and then he's gonna show her the rifle that Lincoln gave him. Like, you wanna maybe teach me how to shoot a little better?
Charlotte takes the rifle, kind of hefts it and weighs it in her hands, lifts it to look down the scope, hands it back, and signs to you. It needs some adjustments, but yes, I can teach you.
Okay. Can you teach me how to adjust it so I can learn how to do it myself?
She signs to you. It will take some work, but I can help.
Awesome. But you rest first, and then I'll come back to you before we go out.
She signs, I have rested enough.
Like, okay.
At this, she raises a hand into the air and snaps to get everybody's attention. So that everybody can see when she begins to sign. She signs, though there is a limited time, the time that is afforded to us must be used to our advantage. We must first prepare to do research, to scavenge, and to plan. This will not be an easy mission, but I will be with you for it. To whatever end. Charlotte says this with her hands and not through Taste the Wind. Charlotte doesn't speak, and she rarely communicates very often, and so the weight of her words should hit you extensively, that what you are about to do will change the course of the future. Whether or not you successfully take the tower down, or if you elongate the fight.
Well, since we need to prepare, I know some people here probably aren't really good with shooting. Maybe they can use the practice too. Like a team exercise, you know?
She taps her walking stick twice on the ground and signs, "You who need lessons, meet me in the woods. You who may research, prepare. You who will scavenge, arm up. You who will defend, center yourselves. The work we do now, from here until the end, will be bloody."
Wraith is gonna text Aurelia and tell her to meet him with Charlotte out in the woods.
At this time, we are going to begin starting the preparation phase for starting your missions, and from there, the preparation for the assault on the tower. Who goes to meet Charlotte in the woods?
Jean does.
Anyone
Wraith is
else?
going.
Wraith, Jean, anyone else?
Back stairwell.
Okay. Does Alex go, since Alex has a bow? You are muted, by the way, Storm.
Whoops. They're about to start doing the research right now, though, right?
Some are preparing to do the research. You might want to spend the time, because you do have more experience with the bow than others, to prepare. If you're going to be taking watch on top of the RV, you may want to prepare time and put your space together. So you have the two options. You can either take lessons from Charlotte and do the preparation on top of the RV hastily, which won't give you as many bonuses as if you take the time. But if you take lessons with Charlotte, it will give you advantages in the future. So you have one or the other option.
She'll probably take lessons with Charlotte for the long run.
Okay. Those of you, Storm, your mic is getting stuck open, by the way. Those of you who go to the woods, after a time, you meet Charlotte in a small clearing near the one that you have set up your camp in. Charlotte has prepared a series of small torches that she has kind of illuminating the clearing, and she is standing with her walking stick, again, sort of outlined against the line of torches behind her, waiting for you. As you approach, she signs to you, raise your weapons.
All right.
Alex raises her modified bow.
Wraith is going to use his rifle.
Jean pulls up the bow.
She inspects each of your weapons first, and then steps up to the front and lifts her walking stick, disassembles it and reassembles it into a rifle. Raises the rifle and takes a shot. It is almost silent as you hear the tiniest pop fire out. And then distantly you hear the cracking of a branch as something falls in the woods. She signs to you. You will not reach the level I have reached in a night, but I will teach you the foundations of what you must know to survive this war. And she puts emphasis on the word war. All of you who are taking shooting lessons from Charlotte may add the aspect instructions from the runner. This is an aspect that you may invoke with fate to add a +2 to a given shoot roll in the future. You can keep it for the duration of your time in the RQZ. Charlotte gestures for you all to step up to the line of torches, and then gestures to a target carved into the side of a tree, facing you. She signs to you. You need not aim for a vital location to disable a target. You need only aim for a critical weakness. And begins to instruct you on locations to target that would disable an opponent, not necessarily killing them, but could kill them if so desired. Each of you may go ahead and roll me your shoot to take a shot at the target with the instruction from Charlotte giving you a +1 to your shoot. Ooh, Jean.
Yeah.
That was really close.
Yeah, really close. Jean's like, oh, that's. There's no,
Okay.
but it's a compound bow.
Jean, you've used crossbows in the club. You've never really used a compound bow like this, and so this is new for you. You set to shooting the bow, and your shot goes wide. And as you're shooting, you don't quite understand how the draw strength works, and so you kind of take out one of the torches instead.
Oh.
All of you who are doing shooting practice, go ahead and roll me a random.
Oh my god, I need the spell.
What did I do?
Baxter, Jean's arrow like whizzes past your face.
Holy shit.
Charlotte
Sneezing.
Charlotte steps over to Jean, and with her gun, she configures it back into a walking stick. And with the walking stick, kind of whacks you behind the legs and at the base of your back, behind your neck, and in a couple of places to adjust your posture and your stance. She's still hitting you with a stick, though.
Oh, you know, it's gonna sting a little.
A little bit. And then to use signs, try again. Go ahead and roll one more time.
Okay.
Please don't crit fail this one.
Oh.
No pressure. That's better than the last one.
Mm-hmm.
The arrow flies and it hits the correct tree, but does not quite hit the target. You still hit it, though. She gives you a nod and steps back into the line and signs to each of you. I will not sugarcoat this for you. What you do may well determine the outcome of all of this war, and so you must be prepared. Reload and prepare to fire.
This is ticking off our inventory of arrows using doing this?
It is, but you guys are hitting a tree that seems to be fairly soft, and so you'll be able to recover your ammunition if you're firing arrows. If you're firing tranks or bullets, you will not be able to do so unless you're firing blanks.
Okay.
Or training ammo. Wraith, since you have a gun, roll me a random, please.
Oh god. Okay.
I know I was gone for a bit. Where did Wraith get a gun?
It's the
Hunting rifle.
The hunting rifle that Lillian had.
Ah.
Wraith, you have maybe 15 shots of like training ammunition. It's like blanks. So you do have some ammunition to work with, but you have a total of possibly 15 shots to use.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Each of you may take one more shoot roll. Charlotte smiles with pride, tells each of you to knock an arrow or reload and prepare to go again. In the camp, what has Jack been up to lately?
Last few minutes, he's kind of sat there. And what group am I in? Since I missed that.
You're gonna be with the group that is staying with the RV, so that the researchers can get some things done while the scavengers go out to get supplies. So you're on guard duty, basically.
Woohoo! I'm just on guard duty, and we're not moving anywhere. He's gonna check the surrounding area so he won't get surprised or nothing.
You're familiarizing yourself with the area.
Primarily, yeah. Okay. Also, he's gonna wrap his knuckles, and maybe get a roll of quarters if that's available.
Roll me a random. Let's see.
Because somebody stole the brass knuckles.
Roll me again, because that is mid.
Oh no.
Oh!
That is, I would.
That's
Isn't that
fine.
just on the edge?
No, it's a tick. It's within 10.
It's high.
Within
within
10.
Hail
It is high.
Satan!
Hold on. You do get a roll of quarters, but you also get a tick.
All right.
That's our third tick, though. So you get to roll.
I do, but I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, wait.
Jack suddenly has a brain aneurysm and dies. Just
Jack,
drop-
no!
Oh my! They killed Jack! You bastards!
Oh no.
Oh, that was.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Fuck.
shit.
Oh,
That's,
you're
I
that.
know that's a bad one.
Oh.
I know that's bad.
I'm banking that.
Wait, what happened?
We got our third tick for the tail Satan.
Ah, hell.
Yeah, you're gonna bank that for next time.
Here I am.
Who did it?
Yeah.
Jack did it.
It's the
Yep.
yeehaw.
Damn it, Jack. One more
Yeehaw.
lasso for you.
Hey, if I were to kill Baxter in like a
more
human
for
sacrifice
you.
form, would that pay for this tick?
Alas, this
We
is
will be
not labyrinth.
sacrificing you.
Okay. Yes, you find a roll of quarters.
All right. He's gonna wrap that in his knuckles so he gets an even harder punch off him. And beyond that, just familiarize himself with the area. And he's also gonna do what he can to make sure they can't get easily spotted where they're at.
Okay.
Because they're going to be studying Old Tongue. That is a way of attracting the worst things Jack has ever seen.
Uh-huh. This is fun,
And
right, Jack? This is like, you've been 3 months into this garbage.
Yeah. And actually, could I, for camouflaging the camp and erasing our tracks, could I invoke the aspect knows how to survive?
Yeah.
To make
I'll
sure
let you
that's
do
really good?
that. Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to have you roll... With your invocation, I'm going to have you roll 2 things. First, I'm going to have you roll insight to see where you think might be the best places to fortify. You can use your invocation for that as well. And then I'm going to have you roll... I don't know if I have survival skills. I'm trying to think of what's the next best option.
Maybe mechanics or burglary?
Mechanics, maybe burglary, no.
Notice?
Yeah, go ahead and roll your notice.
Does that also get the invocation bonus?
Yeah, I'll allow it. And this will represent you using what information you find to effectively boost your camp's fortifications against being located.
I rolled 3 in both cases.
Neat. Okay, so you busy yourself with that.
Mm-hmm.
Kaede, you're one of the fighters. What are you working on?
I guess just wrapping my knuckles and walking around.
Are you trying to get kind of a lay of the land? Are you working on maybe starting to build stacks? You have time, so you can start doing that. If you do that now, though, I will warn you that you might start taking physical stress, since you're not quite sure when you guys might be assaulted, just that you are going to be assaulted at some point. You have a couple of options there. You can try to help maybe Jack build fortifications or make it more difficult for sleepers or snatchers or looses to locate the camp. Or you can start trying to build traps or things that would notify you if somebody got close. Those are some other options that you've got as well.
I can't do any of that. I'm gonna build stacks. I don't care if I take stress.
Okay.
ahead
So
and
what
start building
Kaede could start doing then is maybe doing some meditation, talking to Roll the Dice, figuring out how to center herself so that she's ready and in the moment to begin building those stacks to stave off the potential stress that it might cause you physically or mentally.
I wouldn't trigger anything with helping me learn how to use my ability, would it?
You could spend a couple of hours trying to do that. You think that while you're in the camp, it would be beneficial for your ability to be active, if only to reduce the likelihood of Speak as One coming around and looking at you specifically. So that is something that you could do is take a couple of hours to practice and then take some time to rest. You know that you're going to need rest between now and when you're starting. Otherwise, you're probably going to run into some issues.
I can't build stacks and do that at the same time because I'm going to lose my stacks.
Right. So so you can either take time to prep and practice with your fragment, or you can start building stacks and meditating. You've got those two options. I will actually roll me an insight real quick.
I don't have insight.
You can try.
On.
That's enough to kind of get a feel that you, at least with the other people that are going to be helping you defend, they can cover you while you're still building up the stacks later on. So if you take the time now to practice and then rest, it will likely be better for you in the long term. Maybe not the short term, but the long term, with building your stacks later on and being able to block the song out when it's kind of a do or die situation. So if you sacrifice the extra stacks now, you can build that extra fortification for the long term.
Do I know how to use my ability better?
You will know how to use it better. You won't be completely perfect at it. It's still going to take you a fair amount of time to use it more actively, but it can save you in the long run. It would be something that down the road, if you do this now, you will not have to roll as high a difficulty later on to be able to use it in a dire situation.
Okay. That also helped me figure out why Tid wanted me to have it.
It could, yes. It will take basically all of your concentration to sit down and work on the practice and do the self-reflection. So you will basically be focusing on that over the course of the preparation that you guys are going to be doing.
I wouldn't be able to RP.
You can, just not right now.
Okay. I'll go ahead and have her practice her ability then, because that's...
Okay. Go ahead and start off with a will save for me. Where do you go to do this practice? Like, where do you go to sit down? You could go to the RV, one of the tents, etc.
Have to be somewhere quiet where she can focus. She'll probably let Adam know as well.
Okay.
Adam and Kira know what she's doing.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Since Adam is basically de facto caretaker for Izzy, Adam is also sticking by the RV.
Okay. Is there like a spot that she can go that's close to the camp that's like a little secluded?
Yeah, there's like a, not a clearing exactly, but like a copse of trees nearby that you could go in and just like sit down in, where you're not completely disconnected from the camp, but you do have some quiet.
Yeah, that's where she'll go.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a will save. All right. You descend into your own mind as you close your eyes, and though you cannot hear him any longer or feel him any longer, you do feel not his presence, but his impression, the tracks that he left in his wake. You know who. The fragmented adversary who had been in Redacre, and you're able to begin focusing on the feeling that had been left behind in the fragment that was left for you, of the quiet and the calm and the focus, and you descend into that. Over the course of the preparation that you guys are doing, you will need to roll additional will saves. You can do some additional investigating. Right now, you are pulling yourself together and centering yourself.
Okay. Well, I'll be able to roll some will saves again and try to figure it out.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Kira, what are you working on?
Kara's probably making sure that she's got all of the information kind of things put out in an area so that instead of having to like trundle around, she's also probably trying to organize it and just do a breakdown of what they need first and kind of the things that maybe you can start up, like the things that need to get hacked first, that then you can just run some dumps on. And she's trying to kind of organize everything in a, we need to probably start here for answers and information and then move on to here.
Okay.
Also just kind of doing the equivalent of checking in on TMC. This is oddly new territory for her.
One of the biggest things that TMC needs for at least getting into the information that you have is quiet and calm. Because this is a research environment, and a stable environment is the most advantageous in the terms of study. And so the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to separate yourself from the group. You know that there are different vectors of research that need to be investigated. There are a lot of hanging threads. There are things that don't quite add up, and things that you know that you need to spend some time to analyze in order to understand specifically how it impacts your group and the world around you. You don't have time to look into the Shroud. You know that it has caused you, I will say, challenges is the best way to put that. Challenges that aren't necessarily good or bad. You do need to review the information that you collected from the clinics, and from the relay. You have a fair amount of information that needs to be cobbled together for the weaponry that you need to build, including the EMP. Where do you want to focus first?
She's probably going to make the general lists for the scavenge crew first, because general parts are like things to grab or things like that she can probably rattle off fairly quickly. And then it's going to be a process of pulling out and getting and starting probably with the information from the clinic and the relay as the first thing that needs to really get dug into. And part of that, she's going to make sure that the black box is okay, because they have a hard drive, an actual hard drive to kind of crack through.
Okay.
So she's going to start with that information, because unless there's something that she could have from insight, her feeling is that there's something at the clinic that they might need to understand and make sure they have not missed, and they're perilously close to missing it. She wants to start there, and then from that branch to the connecting threads for information that maybe are going to have a better understanding after you get a better... She's trying to find the center to be able to see where all of everything connects.
Roll me an insight.
Okay. Is that something
That's enough to identify maybe where your blind spot is.
Okay.
There is one thing connecting every single one of these threads together. Greed and his plans. His connection to the Eidolon. The presence of Speak as One and their plans. The clinic that you had gone to. The expansion of the instrument, the war on the world and conscious thought. The one person that stands at the center of all of these things is Scarlet, who has bargains and connections to Mordecai, the primary host of Greed, who was the chief medical officer and the architect of Harmony, who is now a host willingly of Circle the Dead, and who apparently has Lillian in her custody.
So from that, would the hard drive or the recovered files be more likely the best place to begin?
The recovered files will be the best place to begin, because much of the recovered files are her work, her life's work, her magnum opus was Harmony.
Okay. In that case, the priority will be going through the files while the cracking on the hard drive starts, but
Okay.
focusing on the files, and then after going through that, looking at anything on the computer to see if there's further correlations, and then from there branching further back out.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your mechanics. You're basically using this mechanics roll to separate out the information that you need to go through by order of priority based on the information that you have determined.
Okay. I'm guessing this is not something that Tools on Hand would be able to help with.
No. Actually, roll me your mechanics first and then roll me your lore.
Okay. I'm trying to see if I've got something I can boost my base mechanics with right now.
I would advise that you do not. You're probably going to want to keep those.
Okay.
And then lore? Okay. There is a common thread between each of the pieces of information that you have collected. There is Scarlet herself, her connections to Lincoln, her affinity to the Eidolon, and her position would speak as one as their chief medical officer during the height of their experimentation programs, particularly Program C. There is her involvement with the Eidolon, her connections to Lincoln, and then her connections to everything that is currently happening. So you're able to kind of categorize the early information that you have that you might have been able to abscond with out of Redacre with. There's the information you collected at the clinic, information that you guys have witnessed, and then the overall information of what you have found in the black box, and the struggle of the skeptics against the Eidolon in its various incarnations across the United States, including the incident at Toppenish. There is one additional thread that you pick up between all of these things, and that is the presence of death.
So, would it be possible to have some conjecture that maybe what's stringing this together is as much the infection as perhaps the Reaper?
Yes.
Okay. With that, can Kira use that for additional, like, cross-referencing and flagging for looking at incidents and information that we have where there were mass deaths and casualties, and use those as another inspection vector, focus flag?
Yes, but much like Lincoln, you are treading towards a path that knowledge is power and a curse. If you continue down this path, you will incur not just doom, but an omen. You can devote time to this, and you can successfully, if you roll well enough, locate this information, to correlate it all together, to pull the strings and the threads together to form the tapestry of what is happening. But there are consequences for these actions. There is a price for this knowledge. This is a decision point for the party. This information could save you, and it could also be your doom, depending on what you do, depending on how precisely you choose to advance in your story. This could be your salvation or your demise. I ask the entire party, are you cool with taking an omen for Kira to devote this information, or for this time, to the information that she is seeking. I'm going to go down the list. Again, an omen has to be unanimous. Let's take 2 minutes for a moment. Think it over. I'm going to ask chat how they're doing, and then I'll ask you guys your answers. I will also allow you to speak amongst yourselves. I will mute your guys' discussion so that chat does not hear you. Go ahead and begin your deliberations.
Okay.
How you guys doing? All right. Holy shit, a lot is happening. So when I said that Mr. Bones' Wild Ride is not going to have an off-ramp at a certain point, this is the point at which you decide to take the off-ramp or stay on the highway to hell. So how's everybody doing tonight? This has been a lot of stress. I am a little bit drunk. You have felt a lot of feelings today. I have them muted. I can't even hear them. I have Discord muted for you guys. I am deafened in Discord, so I have no idea what their discussion is. I'm gonna like pull back with them in 5 minutes and see how they're doing and see if they've come to a decision. But yeah, like, let me just inform the audience. I am a little bit drunk. I have pretty much drank 2/3 of what I had left of the rum after last session. Which, you know, that's fine. There is, however, let me just thank you, Ravager. Let me just there is still a lot of the story left. This is something that I started planning in like June of 2021 before Enhanced Horror had even ended. I had so many cool ideas, and I cannot put to words how fucking cool it is to see this shit come to fruition and see all these people involved and the different story threads. It's so fucking awesome, and I really want to thank everybody for that. This isn't because I'm drunk, it's just because we're coming to a point in the story that I've been looking for over a year and a half. This is so cool. I cannot express in words how awesome this is. You shut your face. In any case, yeah, holy shit, there's so much happening. Like, the Misfits is ramping up, the horror show is getting ready to ramp up, All the Stars is just fucking about to drop over the top most, you know, down scale of the Matterhorn or whatever. This is really cool. But yeah, shit. This is a lot of stuff that I started like planning out and figuring out as of like June of 2021, well before Enhanced Horror had even ended. One sec. I'm just letting them know what's going on. Oh, this is really cool. So, yeah, lots of stuff is happening. I'm hydrating. I have a whole lot of water. I have been drinking water. Every time I take a shot, I drink like a cup of water. Like, empirically weighed cup of water, not just like a glass. I'll be real, I was really, really inspired by the method of the storytelling. The story itself is so unique and interesting, and the idea of the collective unconscious and the like embodiment of human concept and belief is always been really cool. I've been running the Dawn Aegis, which is a Final Fantasy XIV like role-playing group that has been running since 2016. And literally tomorrow is our 7th year of operation. I am super excited for that. I forgot that was happening. Fuck. I forgot about the vigil. Whoops. But just the idea of human consciousness and the ability to will things into being. And just like gods being made out of people, that is the coolest shit, because the collective unconscious, the idea of human unity and belief and the strength of willpower has always been just kind of a fascination with me. Jordan Thomas, Nullspeak, is the initial architect of the Deep Structures universe, and we named it in homage to what he had originally built. But I've been really wanting to kind of capture that, and that's why I want to like really go a lot harder into getting the horror story off of the ground. Which reminds me, the horror show, I need you guys to come up with a name for your team. That's not the horror show, because I don't want to force a name on you guys. I'm sure you guys would have a better in-character name for yourselves as a team than the horror show. Because like we've got Team Bad Decisions, we've got the Disaster Brigade, we've got the Misfits, the Spuds, and so on and so forth. So I will ask a name for you guys. But yeah, it's just been really fun, and getting to... It will always be a horror show. So if you have seen some trauma, the trauma is not over. Your bestest friend in the world is getting ready to do something fucking horrible. The fuck ups, yes. I mean, the fuck ups is odd name that you could call yourselves. You don't have to. You guys are still alive. Let me just kind of preface or emphasize to everybody, like, the side sessions that happen, the interludes, the Misfits, the Blackout Club, all the stars. One thing should be very, very clear. Typically, kids in the Blackout Club don't come back from the shit that I am GMing, or that Aubrey is GMing, or that Raven is GMing. This is the kind of shit that, like, wipes teams. And you guys are meeting... You're staring at the devil and facing him down and succeeding. Let me put that out there. Even if you're not necessarily as crazy powerful as some of the kids who started before you, you are still making an impact that leaves lasting echoes throughout the entire story. It isn't easy to see it from like the front seat or in the driver's seat, because you can't always see everything that's going on. But if you zoom the camera out a little bit, you start seeing all of the other things that everything you're doing has an impact on. And that's the kind of story that I'm trying to tell. And I'm really hoping that's coming across. I've been trying to give everybody like unique challenges that have a lasting impact on the story. Everything you do matters, and every decision you make has consequences, good or bad. And hopefully that's coming across. Let me go ahead and check in with the team and see how they're doing. All right, we're going back to the team. We're going back in. Okay. Hold on before anybody says anything.
Yep.
One of you ask me the question you have, and then one of you gets to tell me what your group's unanimous decision is. Cool?
Okay.
After I ask the question, or after I answer your question, I'll deafen for about 30 seconds so that if you have any final deliberations to make, that you can do that, and then we'll proceed. Sound good? Everybody cool?
Yes. The question will tell you what the answer is for the group's decision.
Okay, go ahead.
So the question is it possible to have this be a longer study that would be done through personal doom acclamation of 1 or 2 people versus it being an omen? It taking more time, multiple sessions, a longer attempt, but without it being an omen.
Because of the complexity and the depth and breadth of the information that you must go through, it would need to be a team effort. And so in order to dig through this information, everyone has to be on board and contributing in some manner, large or small. Does that answer the question?
Partially. Here's the second part to the question. Will this be an opportunity that could be taken advantage of after the tower?
Yes.
Okay.
You need another minute or so to deliberate.
No, the group decision is to not risk incurring an omen before the assault on the tower. If it could be done at some later point, then that will give us the ability to work on it afterwards.
Okay.
And be able to still pursue the information. That was the decision.
All right. Then you will not be able to pursue that inquiry until you are done with the tower. Cool?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Will Kira still be able to work on what she is working on, though, and at least identify or start marking those places for being able to investigate later?
Yes, but this is the price. That information is stored with Walker.
I hate the fact that Kira has no concerns with that.
You do not.
So that is going to be acceptable then for her. Because there is nothing I could say or do that would make sense for why she wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay. Then you begin cataloging what information you need to look at right this minute, and that is what you're focused on for the remainder. Okay?
Will that incur anything in terms of doom for Kira?
No, it will not. Not at this time.
Okay.
If you start looking more deeply into information for your own benefit, yes, it will. But for now, no.
Mission first, then personal things. That's always been the rule.
Okay. Lincoln, what are you working on right now?
Has everyone else gone first? Is my first question.
Aurelia and Wraith are both in shoot training with Charlotte, so yes. Aurelia, you are able to hit the target both times. You receive some instruction. You are able to take the aspect.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start off by saying the murder hobo is working on a secret project in the bathroom, doing some wizard magic.
Okay. Do elaborate either out loud or in my DMs, I guess.
He's still working on the quick learner deck.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. In that case, we will circle back on that later.
Yes, so that's basically my buy for him for why he's not doing anything else.
Okay, cool. What else? What is Lincoln working on right now?
Lincoln is going to be burning a fate point to create a story aspect. He's going to be utilizing leader by choice, follower by spite, and he's going to be circling around to help where he can in all of the situations that were created to try to give everyone a little bit more of a boost.
Okay. How do you want to do that?
In the intricacies of where he can help, like if it's with Charlotte or helping Kira research through the different projects or helping out on the scope of what's going on top of the RV, helping individuals like the barricade search with Jack or trying to help Kaede find her calm. Just the different scenarios and different circumstances that Lincoln can fit in, he's going to do his best to apply his knowledge to that.
With that respect, there is something that you can contribute to each of the different scenes that are going on. We can go ahead and go down the list, or we can do that off screen. It depends on you guys, how long you want to go tonight. I will say that my lungs are not falling out of my body, but they're not great, so I will say that.
I will step up and say the GM's help is more important than the player's role playing. So if you cannot go that much longer, we can do this another time.
I
can
feel
also-
like you need your lungs.
You need your lungs.
You do.
I can breathe
It's
when I'm
also-
dead.
It's also like
Oh,
the
no,
text
you
and
can't.
stuff of what's going on and like where Lincoln's helping can also be something that we can do in chat channels too.
Yes.
Yeah, we can, like,
you-
RP
You're
that
giving
out.
us the avenue for text channels now that we have kind of set things up. So I think you being able to, take the time off, take that coffee break.
All
Yeah,
right.
we
can
can-
I-
It's not coffee, it's
Mhm.
alcohol.
I didn't make this happen. You can't prove it.
What?
What?
Go ahead, Maury.
What?
I was just say, do any of the Taste the Wind hosts have any like weapons that Benji can get his hands on?
Does Benji want to try to talk them up and find out?
Yeah, because all he's got right now is a scarf because he handed his crossbow to Aurelia.
I hope you get a katana.
Roll me a random, Benji.
Give him a warhammer.
A war pike. Uchi katana.
Roll me a 1d20.
Benji becomes Bloodborne. Wait, no. Dark Souls was out. Benji becomes Dark Souls. Dark Souls.
One of them has a cricket bat. And that's about all they can spare.
I'll just see if there's some bandages that he can just get instead. That
Yo,
doesn't work with his fighting style.
give that cricket back to Gene. I'll clock some hits.
Do you want it?
No.
Okay.
We've seen what happens, what I am capable of with a flashbang and a bunch of foam grenades. I don't think a cricket bat would be any better.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it would look really badass.
We saw what Jean was capable of with a flaming piece of wood.
You know what? That's very true.
Yeah, this is true. Can you take the cricket bat and give it to Jean?
I mean, you can. Jean is busy in shoot lessons.
He'll just
Um,
leave it next to leave it near Jean and just be like, in case you need it later. And he'll just wander off looking to see if he can at least find some bandages.
All right.
There is something that I wanted to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Some of us are training Suma in fight.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get an aspect for that?
Have we started that yet?
I believe some of us have, yeah.
I would say Aurelia can take an aspect for that, not necessarily you guys. Your presence will allow her to invoke the aspect, and that is let's see. The aspect I'm going to give you is
Noodle training.
yeah, we'll go with that one. Noodle training.
Getting swole.
Aurelia, you can
Swole
take the
noodle.
aspect noodle training. Not swole noodle. She hasn't completed her training.
Noodle training.
Aurelia, you can take noodle training as an aspect. You can invoke this aspect when you are in a fight where one of your instructors is present. And who is that? That's Baxter and Jean and who else?
Baxter,
Right.
Jean, Wraith, and Benji?
Kaede. No, Kaede.
Kaede,
Kaede said
okay.
that she would help, right?
So Baxter, Jean,
And
Wraith,
Benji
or Kaede,
too.
and Ben.
Benji was asked as well, guys.
So any of those five,
There were
if
like
they are
5 of us that were
present,
asking.
yes. So if there any of those 5 are present, then you are able to invoke the aspect. It's still going to cost you fate to burn it, but you will be able to invoke it with them present. Cool.
Let's go. Let's go.
Training those noodle arms. Kaede's teaching her how to wrap her knuckles and punch things. It's fine.
Who wraps their knuckles?
But
You
you
are
also
a
made-
bitch.
The spirit of Ambria wrangles in your head.
Actually, Baxter hasn't wrapped his knuckles at all.
Then he's going to get the newspaper.
Getting what?
Just use a brick. Just use a brick. It's better.
I mean, I could,
Here's
but
the
you know.
thing.
In any case, does anybody else want to do anything?
No.
How?
I'm sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead. I still have
I was
to
going
figure
to
out
say,
how
can I add on the list of things Jack is doing also some traps? Because I feel like we're going to get noticed.
Yes, I will have you roll for some traps.
That would be mechanics.
It will be mechanics or
You've been having me roll mechanics for him.
yeah, it is primarily mechanics. If you can make a case for another stat, I will consider it.
I can't think of it, but do I still get my bonus?
Yes.
Can I have a question, actually?
Yes.
So before we head out, are the folks who are going to go on the scavenge group also able to assist with that?
With setting traps?
Yeah, like helping setting traps.
Those who are going on scavenge group, you guys are getting ready to leave. So either you will go into your next situation with disadvantage, or you can help make traps, one or the other.
Here's my question for the proposal. So could Benji use investigate to help point out places that he would suggest or suspect are more likely to be attack points from his knowledge? So it wouldn't be helping set or make so much as pointing out maybe places that could be really good locations to target?
I will say in this case, no.
Okay.
Anything
My
else?
question is, how much of the binding did Wraith learn?
You probably learned about half of it. The binding is not an easy process, nor is it one that is easy to memorize because of the nature of the old tongue required to complete the binding itself. So you're probably about a quarter of it you know by heart. The second quarter of it, you're going to need more practice, and then you need to learn the rest still.
Okay, so my question is, of the parts he remembers, does he remember anything, like any new phrases that he could share with the old tongue team?
Roll me a random.
Oh, a lot of threes tonight.
Nothing that is new yet. So everything that is already in the binding that you're aware of, the team knows for now. That doesn't necessarily mean that the second or third or fourth half are not new, but the parts that you know, you are aware of.
Okay, got it.
Cool.
Has Kaede gotten a text from Nicole yet?
Not yet. And
I haven't had the chance to do that side discussion yet because of IRL.
things. Yeah. Soon.
Soon, TM.
Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to do?
I think that's it for Wraith.
This poking of Team C is, I guess, getting handled on sides.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Do I have to put my Doom on the sheet now since you didn't spend it today?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Could I use investigate with athletics to clean the craft store herpes?
We'll talk.
Okay.
All right. With
That's all
that,
I got.
let's go ahead and close out the session. This one was a little bit shorter just so that you guys had time to figure out what to do next. The next session, I promise, will not be quite so calm. Go ahead and say goodbye to chat, everybody.
Bye, chat. Have a beautiful time.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
You fucking goblins got me a hype train level 10 within 10 minutes of the actual session starting. In any case, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in tonight. I super appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and head out now. The next 2 sessions will be the completion of Season 2 of All the Stars in the Sky. And from there, we will see what happens. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in today. I super appreciate you guys. Thank you, Avalia, for the raid. Thank you to all you fucking goblins for the level 10 hype train. We will be back in 2 weeks, which is the 6th of May. And from there, we will proceed on to the end of the season. Thank you again so much. We super appreciate you. Have a good night. Stay awake.